Hey folks, welcome to Hackout 2022, and we will be starting with our first team for the final presentations very soon. Before that, I would like to introduce the judges in our panel. So let me just bring them up really quickly. Cool. Sorry, folks, if you can turn on your cameras and mics, would be great.
Hey Anurag, good to be here.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, there is some echo somewhere. Let me check.
Looks.
Yeah, I think this is all of us. Right? I think Rachit is not there. Mm, okay, hold on. Yeah, cool, awesome. So hey, folks, I'm Anurag. I work in the backend team at Hackout, and I will be your host, like, sort of a host today. Here we have with us Nishant, Vikram, and Rachit joining us from the Bangalore office itself. Nishant is the lead backend engineer at Headout. Rachit being the VP of engineering, and Vikram, as you all know, is the CTO. Right. And we have Rajasekhar, who is our engineering manager, also the infra god, who is joining us from IIT BHU, and Rohit, who is our engineering manager in front end, who is also joining from IIT BHU. So without further ado, let's start with our first team, who is Team Yup. Is that right? I think I'm saying the name right. So I'll just bring all of them to the podium.
Hello everyone, can we start?
Hey folks, yeah, you can start. We have Abhay, we have Pratyaksh, we have Janvi and Arjav joining us. The four of us are from Team Jup. So yeah, take away the stage. Who of you will be sharing the screen?
I will be sharing my screen.
Awesome, awesome. Can you just do that quickly?
All right.
Right. There should be a plus button under your screen.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
Can you see my screen?
hold on. Yep.
All right.
All right, folks. The stage is all yours.
All right, thank you. Hello everyone, I am Pratyaksh and I along with my team member of JAP, we developed a program called JAPI. My team members are Abhay, Janvi and Arjo. So what this JAPI do is it's kind of a command line tool which basically automatically generates a backend API for your backend application for your using your JSON. So what you basically do is that you input a JSON into our software and then it uses the schema of the JSON to automatically create the backend. So the motivation behind this project was because means what happens is that most of the time how the front end engineer they work is they first create their front end with a static JSON file, and then once they have their front end as they want, then they move on to create their backend. Now what happens is that if the front end guy doesn't know backend, so he only has two options. It is either to learn the backend or to get help from some guy who knows about backend. So all the both of these choices are not suitable for him because they may take time or they may be heavy on his pocket as well. So this is where I think that our app could help them, where they can automatically create a simple backend for their application. And similarly, even for a more experienced developer, what happens in backend is that most of the time the code gets reused, and what happens is that you copy and paste the codes with the modern frameworks that you have. So I think that automating that will save them a lot of time, so they can use our application to kind of create a boilerplate for their boilerplate, and then they can just add logic, and I think that this is going to save them a lot of time. So talking about the feature that the app has, so it has the ability to create backend by the JSON provided by the user, and we give you access to the complete code, so you can do simple tweaking as well. And as soon as you give us the JSON, you get the endpoint, so they are ready to use. They're deployed locally also. and then you can change primary keys and name of the tables. And then means that TY is made using click, which is very interactive. And then means it follows the try principle, where you don't have to repeat each of the code all the time. So let's start with the feature. So the first thing that you have to do is that you have to initialize your repository. So to initialize it, you do python 3 main.py. So I am just going to do that / init, or you can just call the shorthand I. There are two options that you can pass with it. One \d that is used to name your project, and then \s that is used to name your app. I'm going to go with the default one, which is the project name will be backend and the app name will be base. So I will just start it. So what we basically do here in this app is that we create a Django app, and then we automatically write our code to the Django app. So we modify their files, and once the file has been modified, then Django runs these files and then create the API for us. So this is our basic structure here. So you can see that I started with creating a virtual environment, then I'm installing Django. Similarly, I will install Django REST framework, and then once this a few of the files that I need, and then I will go on to create my package. So yeah, so I see Django click has been also installed successfully. Django REST framework is installing. Now it is going to apply all the migrations, so that your database is converted into SQL, and then it will run the server, and it will be accessible to the normal port that you have, localhost 127 on port number 800. Now let's see how do you add data to it. So for example, I have these 3 JSON files with me. One is meta.json. So I am trying to kind of create a simple app of a Google Doc, something similar to Google Docs. So I have metadata for each of them. So I'm storing them in the meta, and then I have doc.json, which contains description about the doc I have, and then I have user.json, which tells me about the user itself. So let's start with how do you go on to create to create your Python class. So you start with python 3 main.py, and then you use /a flag, which is basically used to append, and then you provide the JSON path with the /j. So I'm going to provide doc.json. So once I provide it, it starts to create a JSON app, and with the class name doc. So I'm creating model doc. So I'm applying the migrations now, and my migration is ready. So you can see that these are the API endpoints that are accessible to me now. So I can make a GET request to 800/API/doc to get all the docs, and you can see that to kind of going on to providing the complete code. So in backend base and models.py, you can see that I have the class doc has been written. Similarly, the views.py has also been updated. So if you want to make some small tweak, you can go ahead and do it. So let's talk about more of the features. So if you want to, I want to add one more file. So I will just do the same thing, python 3 main.py, and then I will just use append, again the JSON path, and this time I'm going to use meta.json. But this time I want to change the class name and change the name of the table that I'm going to use. So I will just change it with /c class, and then I will give it a new name, that is metadata. To create a class name metadata using the schema of the meta. So what happens is that I read the JSON file, and then I kind of get schema from it, and then I go on to create the fields and everything. So yeah, so this is also ready. Similarly, now what happens now is that since we want to automate everything, so there are a level of abstraction that I have to follow. So all the models that the user give us, I have a primary key as an ID, which is auto now, and the primary key will be UUID4. But if you want to change the primary key, you are free to do so. So for example, let's say I want to create a user. So I will just use user.json. I want to create one more table, user.json, and then I want to name it as users. And then the user.json has a username also, and I want to use it as my primary key. So I can just pass the option pk, and I will just give it username, and then it will initialize it will start my app with it. So it has created model user already. It is applying migration. So yeah, so these are the API endpoints that is accessible to me. Now I'm just going to quickly show you what I can do with these endpoints. So for example, API/user/create, it will let me create a user. So this is URL is a variable here, which stands to localhost it port number 800 and then API. When I make a send request to it, it creates a new user. It creates a new user. Similarly, if I want to create one user, if I want to create one more user, I have the users copied here. I'm just going to copy paste it. So for example, I have a user. So I will again send a post request here with username make it username. Now since the primary key is since we chose the primary key to be username, so the primary key should be provided. Otherwise, it would also have been possible to use without a primary key. So now, so you see that how user slash create views create works. You can basically send or create data to it. Similarly, if you send data to API slash users, it will return you all the available users in the data set. So in the database, so I have two users with username Snow and AK209. Similarly, if, this same thing is for now user slash PK. I can access a specific user. So for example, if I want to access AK209, I can go on and do that. So I have the username and I get a specific user here. Similarly, I can create, I will create few docs now. So let's get one doc here. I've created one more doc and then okay, sorry. I will take one more doc from this. So let's go with Game of Thrones. So I copy Game of Thrones, and then I will make a post request to it. And one more user has been created. Now, remember the time when I told you that I kind of automatically generate the ID field. So these are ID field created on last modified. These are automatically generated. Last modified is auto now add equal to true. That means every time the user interact with this database, it will be updated. And so ID has been provided because the user did not specify any private key. That's why the ID has been specified. So basically means I expect since there is this is automated, so I don't have any restriction on the data. So user can just send you can send a post request without any data, and still I will create a user. So I've created a user with ID with name, content, and hi. Everything is null. So now let's access this user and see what we can do with it. So if I go to this specific user, I go with this specific user, I post a send request here, and you say that I get information for this user. Now, if I want to update it, I can use the same API to make a patch request. So let's update the name here. So I'm just going to name it as test.
Hey Pratyaksh, sorry to interrupt, but you have more 5 minutes. You have more 2 minutes, and we can have 5 minutes question answer session from our judges.
All right,
So you can
thank you
move
for
on to
remind.
yeah, move on to the core
Okay.
feature if you can.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So I just showed you that I can make patch requests too. Now, one thing that makes a that makes a database away from the Excel sheets is the ability to connect database. So we simply provide that also here. So for example, if I want to connect I want to connect my user. I want to have every doc to have a specific owner. So what I can do is I can create a one-to-many connection between the docs and between the doc and the user. So I'm just going to do that. So for that, what I will do is I will use /contact, which is which is used to specify the connection, and then I want to make a connection from the doc table to the users, and the type of the connection will be one-to-many. So once I specify it, sorry, okay, I forgot to specify a flag here. So I have to give the option connection type also. So connection type, so my connection type is one-to-many. Now this will create a connection between the doc and the user's one. So it has added a field doc user to the doc, and then is now migrating it. So everything is done now. So now once you access the docs now, so for example, if I access any of the doc now, I will send a doc get request to it quickly. So you see here that there is a doc user which is now null now, and if I want to create a connection with it, I can just give a doc user to it. So I will just give a doc user to it quickly. So my doc user, which is the owner here, it will be let's say I will just specify it to snow, and then when I post a send, sorry, this is a get request here. I have to change it to patch, and then when I put a send patch request here. So okay, doc user, sorry, doc users. I'm sorry for that. So the doc users has been changed to snow. Now, if I want to, if I will just check out snow here also, then I can see that for the get request, I can see that the doc associated with him are these one. Now, for example, if I want to change any doc, this is means this is backward compatible. So both the connections are from one side to another. So if you want to uh, just specify, you can specify with a specific user too. So if I want to make a patch request here for example, I want to set owner for, I want to set owners for this AK209. So the docs that I already have is. So I will just send the ID. So I will just send one now. So yeah, so you see that doc has been added here, and also if you will go to access all the docs, you will see that this has all also been changed. So we similarly have implemented it. So for example, so for doc user this ID, the owner is the doc user AK209. Similarly, we have implemented the same for one-to-one connections also, as well as many-to-many connection also. So that's all from my side. Thanks. Any
Also,
questions?
Pratyaksh, yeah. Um, Before we go to the questions, I would like to appreciate the hack, like Django being the most famous Python STD framework out there, and you're doing the noble task of reducing all that manual effort of writing all the models and stuff, and just by adding the JSON, responses, like, which is a really good thing. I'll just quickly move the judges to our panel so that they can proceed with the questions.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Nice hack. Sorry, I'm forget your name. Can you repeat your name, please?
Pratyaksh.
Pratyaksh. Hey. So did you look into any of the existing implementation that does something similar for Django?
I kind of looked into them, but I did not find any. So that's why I decided to. When I had the idea, I looked into these things, and I did not find any. Means with a direct Google search. So I went on to implement it.
So, are you aware of any? Have you played around with any other similar frameworks other than Django? Have you seen some similar framework in any other framework? Similar feature.
I do backend mostly in Django only because I am kind of a Python developer. So I've been doing with Django, and I don't know about backend in any of the other languages.
So there is this very popular framework. It used to be very popular. It's kind of fallen out of vogue these days. But there's a framework called Ruby on Rails, and Ruby on Rails actually provides this feature out of the box. It's called scaffolding in Ruby on Rails. It works pretty much the same way. Instead of JSON files, it takes in command line input. So you say, hey, Rails generate scaffold model name, and then you give the field names as like a column separated list, right? Like you say, hey, name colon string, age colon numbers, as command arguments, and then it generates a model, it generates a view, routes, the basic controllers for all the CRUD applications, etc. Cool. Yeah, and Django famously lacks this feature, and like when as someone who starts out in Ruby on Rails, this is like a mind-blowing feature where like, hey, I just entered one command and I have like a REST API ready for me, right? So when I started learning Rails, this was like one of those really cool things that, and Rails especially is really popular for being extremely developer friendly, extremely focused on developer productivity, and this is like one of those features that blows people's mind when they get started on Rails. And you'll actually find a lot of these. So I just quickly Googled, and there are a lot of these very old Stack Overflow questions, like starting from 2011, asking if this scaffold feature exists in Django, and all the answers are no. And I don't think even now they've implemented something like this. But interestingly, I did find a couple of third-party libraries that people have written called Django Scaffold or dr-scaffold, etc. That basically mimics the same functionality that Rails did, not in the way that you build it via JSON files, but via the command line argument. Cool. Yeah.
All right, I will look into it because I had no idea about this. So I think it will help me to improve my software also. Means what I'm doing, I am kind of currently writing. I have functions that write to a file. So I will look at their implementation. I see how they are doing it, and I think that can be really helpful for me. Thank you very much.
Cool. Cool. Pratyaksh, can you just show me the JSON file? Like, I just want to show like what all. I just want to see like what all functionalities your JSON supports as of now.
Okay, so as of now, I think it is string, number, boolean, and decimals.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Like
Mhm.
what kind of configuration does it support? Like what all you are creating? Are you creating models? Are you creating
Yeah, yeah,
the route?
everything.
Creating like
Uh,
what? Just want to check
okay,
like how limited or like how extensive is the code gen here. So
okay. So this is the models.py file that I have.
uh, okay, no. I get that you're generating models from JSON. I just want to see the
Uh-huh.
JSON file, like the config you have written in a JSON file, the meta.json, the dog body.
Which one? Which one do you want to see? No
Any,
JSON.
any, any JSON. Yeah, yeah.
All right. Hmm?
Okay, okay. You just give. Is it only for the models and their CRUD APIs, or if I want to have like a custom API built, can I automate that route as well? Maybe something like that.
Custom API as in?
Like let's suppose instead of accessing only user API, like this
Uh-huh.
this this I assume this creates all the APIs for like you've shown, right, like put patch on user entity, right?
Hmm.
If I want to build a functionality like something like maybe login, right? That's a custom API which is not directly a CRUD API on the entity itself, but you're doing some
Hmm.
custom logic on that. So just want to check. I think I just want to understand whether this code gen is kind of like is
Uh-huh.
an entity level API generator. That's what I assume. Yeah.
Okay, so currently, I think that what we have is we have only for this put, patch, post, and get requests, and then also for the connection between the database. And we don't have any support for uploading images and file to the database and authentication between the databases. So these are that we have included in the future work, and we
Okay.
will be working on it.
Oh, okay, okay. I think you by default taking like maybe something like a SQLite database and using it as our persistence layer.
Yep, yep.
Okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool,
So
cool.
these models that you have, are they
Mhm.
just creating the entities on the application layer, or are they also creating the entities in the DB layer?
Okay, so I am currently I am creating the models here. So I am creating the models. I'm just starting the files here, and then when I ask Django to migrate these files, it converts it into SQL. It converts it into SQL command, and then it is updated to Django. So I'm just writing these files, and when I'm asking the Django to migrate it, then it is creating it in the database layer as well.
So I might have missed this. Where are you putting all the relations between interrelations between tables?
Relations between table. I'm not understanding what you're trying to say. So this
Like a
db.sqlite 3, it contains all the
some
database here.
some foreign key relationships, one table
Mhm.
related
Like
to
you
other
have
table.
with doc and users,
User.
right? You have like a
Yep.
foreign. Yeah.
So I have here. I have just here.
Can you
Doc
show
user.
the doc JSON? Can you show the
Where
doc
where
JSON?
are you where are you creating that relationship in your config
Okay.
files?
So that is created using the terminal as I showed you already.
Okay, got it. I was checking that. So that was what I was confused with. Do you
Can't we
think
can't we
that's
do
the
it
right
via?
way?
Sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say that same thing because it makes more sense to do that on the config file itself and not via
Okay.
terminal.
Yeah, so making it with config file would have been even easier for us. But as I already told you, that my focus was to kind of have this thing where the front end engineer start with a static JSON file, and they kind of create a front end with that, and then they go on to create the JSON. So my goal was there to that minimize their job. So that's why I took directly the JSON file as the input, and to make the connections, I have given
Yeah,
features
so
like that.
the key relationships can be in the JSON also.
Yeah, it can be. a layer can be made to do that, because we
That's
have
actually
connections also.
much more easier and much more developer friendly, because you don't have to write commands on the CLI to actually make that done. You have one set of files and you put that in a repo, you clone that repo, and everything is built rather than you running commands after that.
Got it. Got it. We will work on that, because we saw something similar to this. Means the mentors that we had, they suggested this idea to us, where I think that Open API has a standards for how do you describe your APIs, and then he suggested us that you can use it. You can use that standard, because they provide a schema of the data also. So they provide, if the data is string, do you expect null or not, and you can use it to create it. So obviously it can be done, but currently it's not. Currently you have to enter through the command line. So to tell you the truth, because means we did not know, means when we were the project, we did not know if we will be able to implement it. So our main goal was to, means, kind of start small. So everything was like, you start with, can you create a simple can you create just one database, and then can you create API endpoints for it. So this was our starting goal, and then we first we created it. We had time left, so we thought, can we create an enhancement on it? Can we have connections between the database? And I don't want it to mess up the code that I have written before, so I kind of had this as a functionality, other than as something in the JSON setup as config file only.
Cool. So how are you modifying these model files? Is it just plain
I'm overwriting it. Yep,
mm,
overwriting it.
text modification, right? You're basically loading the file into memory, then extracting that bit of model and then rewriting it into something, right?
Yep.
Text manipulation. Okay. Like direct. There's no. Yeah. Cool. Fair enough. Yeah.
One final question: did you write the code gen, or are you using any specific code gen for generating the code?
No, we had to write it. I don't think I did find any code gen.
Okay.
So it is basically hard coded. Yeah, we ran into this indentation error a lot. We had to fix it by writing the code.
Cool.
Do you know of any code gen in Python?
Not out of my, not right now, but yeah, I'm not aware as of now. Yeah.
All right, no worries.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption, folks. I think we have to move on to the next team. Um, Good luck, good luck, Team Jab. The hack was very good. So I'll see you. Bye bye.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Give me some time, and we will move on to the next team. Yeah. Awesome. So we have our next team over here. The team name is Incredible, and I hope their hack is also incredible as their name. So without further ado, I'll just bring them to the podium. So we have Sam, Shibankar, and Pratyush with us from Team Incredible. Hello, folks. Hi.
Hello.
Um, Stage, and you would be having like 15 minutes uh, for the entire presentation. That will include like 8 minutes time for the entire presentation, and then the rest of the time will be taken by the judges for the questions. After 4 minutes, I will be giving you a like a warning signal, so you can speed up your presentation accordingly. So
Sure.
yeah, all the best.
Yeah. Uh, are you presenting the screen, Usham?
You can start.
Like you are you presenting?
No, no, I'm not.
Okay. Cool. I am presenting then. Can you guys see my screen? Hello?
Yep, it is visible.
Am I
Yeah, you're perfectly audible, and the presentation is visible as well.
hello?
Sorry, is my voice not audible?
Hello?
It's audible to us.
Oh, I think we are having some difficulties over there.
Hey people, can you hear us?
Pratyush, can you start?
I'm facing problems over here.
Oh,
Okay, okay, then I'll go ahead then.
um, okay. So who would be presenting the screen?
I'll do it.
All right, Sam, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Our project name is Rentaluru. We are from Team Incredibles, and Rentaluru is a place for people to compare your room prices and room prices across various areas in Bangalore. And why this idea came up, because recently, the prices in Bangalore have shot up massively, and people are asking beyond what it is worth for. And created this place so that it gives you a place to show that how much people are actually paying, rather than how much people are demanding. So this is the some of the tweets mentioning the concerns about Bangalore, like the demand and thing. And for every problem, we created this platform. And let me just give a demo of it. So this is the application, and these are the various other areas inside Bangalore. And if we hover on it, we can find by area name. And right now I'm hovering over Indranagar, and I click on it. It will give you a detailed view about the average rent and the minimum they're paying, the maximum. Similarly for the deposit, and other details include reviews and ratings. Based on this, values are calculated based on other inputs, like all the users, and taken a rough average of it. And coming to the next part, we have added filters to it. And so basically what it does is for people who want to search within a budget or their requirements, they can come here and add the various filters. Right now I'll add in range, and I want between 10,000 to 25,000. And I want two vehicle parking. So apply filters. The data gets changed according to it, and we create a new map based on it, and everything changes as well. Even this thing changes as well. And yeah, so on a high level, that's basically it. What this app does. So yeah, I can. I think we can start with questions if that's possible.
Awesome, folks. Let me just bring up the judges.
Hey, that look. Um, I can you just apply some filter and show me like how things are changing?
Yeah, sure. So right now it's in range between 10,000 25. I will add another filter to make it below 40,000. And note that like here it is 10,000 to 23,000. I'll change it now and apply it. So it gets changes. Everything gets changes. The details get like we recalculate everything, and even the map is recalculated.
Got it. Now you definitely need a better or different color scheme. Like
Mhm.
use two
So
different
yeah, the
colors.
problem we faced about this is that the data what we have here is not actual from actual people. That's because in we had only 2 days of span, and collecting real data from real users will be not feasible during the hackathon.
So it's all dummy data.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we may created a function that will make it close to mock it to how it will be in real, but it is like it is far from perfection.
What are the different filter params that you have currently, which can be actually stored on the dummy data? But what filter params do you have?
Can you tell that again? Your voice is a bit low.
What all filter params do you have?
Okay, so we have a rent, a deposit, a vehicle, then we have electricity, water, and transport. And these are the I know this is few of it. The what we want to demonstrate is how this can be applied to other things. Like there, for room searching and everything, there are like if you go on adding, there will be more than 20, 30 filters easily.
Yeah.
Where have you gotten the map from? Sorry, I'm hijacking all the questions.
Yeah, so the map is from it is plotted using Mapbox. It is a library uh, using the coordinates of Bangalore. They have the polygon coordinates. Like every endpoint of this has a coordinate in it. It is stored in an array like thing, and using some format like the way they want
So
it. Like we
you
have to
already
transport.
got those coordinates from Mapbox itself.
The data is open sourced, and we got all the coordinates from the map box, and we use React Maps to generate the map.
Got it. In the current implementation, do you support any other cities?
Yeah, we can support any other city as far as we get the data. We can add it and we can run it. Is
But not
at
So
not in the current
the
implementation,
not in
right?
the current.
no,
Yeah,
the thing is that we want to solve a problem, like, and Bangalore is the best place for it, and other cities there's not much need for this, so that's why we went ahead with Bangalore.
yeah. As you can see, many Twitter people or folks going mad about Bangalore rents and everything. So we targeted Bangalore first. In upcoming editions, we have to add many places and many filters.
If you would have been able to take the data out from somewhere, right,
Mhm.
and able to plug that in, this would have been really amazing.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
But we tried to do that by scraping some websites. I don't want to name them, but yeah, we failed to do that. That is the sole reason we use Faker to like create dummy data and so that.
So that's it from my end.
Okay. Just want to check, like, if I click on the map, is there any other
Mhm.
details? It'll show up some details, something, just by
If
or we
I
just only the gradient we are showing here.
only
The
the
details will
gradient
be
part.
shown in the panel, this panel, left panel,
Okay.
and you can check the reviews and ratings there.
Okay. If you select another region, every region
It
it shows.
will change. Yeah, the values will also be changed.
Okay. Cool.
So, anyone else has any questions?
Yeah, Nur, am I audible?
Okay, so the segments that the regions that you have, these are
Can you come again?
yeah. Okay, I was asking. So the regions that you have, these regions are the ones created by the Mapbox. Like you are getting all the regions directly from Mapbox. If you have to create custom regions, because if you see a lot of deviation in a specific region, you would want to bifurcate it into two. Is that possible right
Yeah, Mapbox gives the support of the same, because we can go to like pin code by pin code areas. Like in India, we have Tehsil Taluka block. We can go like that also, and we can create maps with the same data. It is international. It is standardized, so we can get the data easily available on the internet.
Okay, and eventually, say if you have to like go to market with this product, do you think it's you? So you will be relying on the user-generated data, where people will add their rents to populate this database.
Yeah, the in future editions we plan to crowdsource the data from the people who are active on Twitter or anywhere. They can just post their location name, and with the data they have, like the amenities nearby.
Okay, so that's the
Yeah.
Yeah, but what?
understood. So what will be the incentive for users to add the data?
So like we don't.
Like, yeah, I will go ahead with this. Like, suppose you want to see the data, like we will keep it, like we will add authentication to it, and if you want to view the data, you can just you have to give a review about your current thing. So if for we can give them 3 to 5 each, like days free, or 3 to 5 times they can view some area and something. After that, we will make them, force them to give them uh, their review so that we can collect more data about it.
Like how Glassdoor collects salaries is a good.
Similar to that.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm good from my side.
Do you foresee
Okay,
fraud
I I have
and
one more.
uh, yeah, sorry, I'll
Okay,
just
Vishal, go ahead.
yeah. So do you foresee any kind of fraud data coming in early? Anybody who can add bad data to for any malicious reason? Do you see any such scenarios, and like can you think of any ways to prevent that or incentivize that?
So yeah, and we can add verified tag to it, like for the people who, like without verifying that the data will be separately. And for detecting fraud data, like up to some extent it can be done on the code side, on our side, but again it will be a difficult task, but I would need to think of a solution.
uh, to tackle the fraud data coming up, we can add one more layer to add the phone of like people who are searching for house. They have to add their phone numbers also. So after verifying their phone numbers, we can only ask them to add reviews. Otherwise they cannot, because it adds up to one certain responsibility that you have given your number, so you have to add a genuine review, because some people are going to use that. So yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so I have a question regarding the map zooming.
Hmm.
Can, if while zooming the map, do you also split the areas more? Like, does it show different data?
No, no, right now we have not done it.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you apply filter, does the grading scale change or
Yeah.
it remains the same?
Yeah.
it
It
changes.
changes.
Can you show me once?
Yeah, sure. I'll change from below to above now, and above 5,000, and apply. It changed. If you could see, if that was visible. Were you able to notice the change?
Uh, I think yes. I'm not very sure, but yeah. Yeah, that was it.
Awesome. I think we are done with the questions from all the judges. Really good hack, folks. If I ever want to move to Bangalore, and by the time you've you made this commercial thing, right? I'll definitely be the your very first customer for this. Would really love to
Thank-
use this.
yeah.
Right,
Thanks,
folks.
Abhi.
All the best. So yeah, let's move on to the next team.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Okay. Just let me send invite the next team. Our next team will be joining from Triple IT Allahabad. So the network over there might be a bit flaky. They will soon be joining in. Okay, so we have the next team with us. The team name is Control C plus Control V. Uh, Very good name. Actually, I can relate a lot to this. So yeah, let me just bring all of them on the screen. Yep, we have Pankaj, Manav, and Aditya with us. I believe like someone else should be joining as well. You have Mithil in your team as well, right? Would you be joining?
Yeah, yeah, sir, just a minute.
Sure. Yeah, he's here. So, all right, folks, you have 15 minutes for the entire presentation. 8 minutes for actually presenting your slides. Next 8 minutes or 8 to 7 minutes for the questions from the judges, and I will sort of give you a warning when you have like 4 minutes up. So, all the best. The stage is all yours.
Okay. Uh, so yeah, let's get started. So our project name is Code Buddy, and in this project, what we are doing, in simple terms, what we are doing is integrating project management and networking on a single platform. So this is our team, and The problem that we are trying to address here is that as a developer or a student, one of the major issues we face is the incentive to build or a mentor which would help us or push us to build a project. Because in like professional companies, what we have is like there's a team manager, a project manager, and there are some deadlines we are assigned, and upon that we have to work on it. So that's not provided to us developers. And another issue is that we have to, in case one has to build a project, he or she has to look for developers to work on it on like two separate platforms, because for one part you have to us hiring, and for that you can use any framework like any platform like Upwork. And then we have to do is project management, because after hiring the developers we have to do project management, and for that we can use Jira or Linear. uh, so with CodeBuddy, what we have done is we have merged both of these things in order to provide some additional functionalities which are absent in both of them. So with the use of a skill point system, because what we can do is a mentor can assign tasks based on the skills of a developer and based on the performance of the developer, like how much deadline he has completed and how much how much he can do, or the quality of the code. We can give the mentor can assign skills which can increase or decrease. This can later affect his account in the networks part, because the people with high skill will be accepted to projects more. And it's, for an analogy, we can say it's just like how Apple integrates its hardware and software for a better experience. So in this project, what we have tried to do is we have tried to integrate the hiring process and the management process for a project. Uh, we can The problems that we ran into were quite like trivial but very difficult, because we had to what we had were like exhaust requests, and there were some issues with that, and that's it. But let's run the product. So this is our web app. We'll be adding a signing user, and yep. So this is our homepage. Here we'll be having a list of assigned tasks for the user, which he has been assigned by any of the mentors or any of the projects. And here we'll be having all the recommended projects. Now, how the recommended projects part work is a user profile will have a set of skills, and a project will also have a set of skills required for the project. And what we are doing is we are calculating a score for a project by simply by using every skill the user has and matching it with the project. Every project we have listed on our website. Currently, this user has no skills, so these are like any random project, because no skills are matching, so any top 8 projects would be listed. And here we'll be having like past projects part. This is the project name, and so this is our dashboard. And similarly, we have our projects page. So this is a set of projects we have implemented, like added. Other people have added. We can click a certain project and join it as a mentor or as a developer. So as a user, we have two roles, a mentor role and a developer role. The author of the project will define what the project will have. Like suppose a project can have only require mentors or only require developers. So a mentor will have the task to assign tasks based on the features to be added in the project, and similarly the developers will have to work on that. Here will be the profile, the ongoing projects and the completed project. We can add new projects here, uh, and similarly we can in a project. So currently, what we have is we have not integrated most of the backend to the front end. Our backend is mostly done, but due to the time limitation, our front end part is not connected with the backend fully, not integrated. So this is it, and I can show you the Postman. Postman API, where we have like built most of our work. We have added our projects. User can add project, update project, list all project, and list recommended project. And a user can request to apply for a project as a mentor as a developer. The author will have the power to accept or decline that request. We can add to. I guess that's it. Anyone of my teammates would like to add anything?
I'm presuming you are done and open for questions.
Yep. Yeah.
Cool. You said that the backend is not integrated completely. What part is integrated and what part is static data?
So the listing of the projects and like the recommended part and
You can share
the
it with
listing
the
of
screen
projects
also,
here.
by the way.
Is that screen visible, right?
Yeah, it now.
Yep. So most of this part like listing of projects and searching based on like project name. This most of the part is implemented. What we have not implemented is sending a request to accept a project and managing of the project. Like that whole feature is left because what we have done till now is we have created the networking for a project, like applying to a project and requesting it. What we have not done is like the managing of a project, that part, assigning tasks and creating tasks. We are not implemented in the front end.
Got it. If you join a project, sorry, is your sharing gone again?
Yep, I guess there's some issue.
Keep your projects shared. We might want to go through your projects.
Okay, okay, sure.
All right. So now, if I join a project, what exactly happens?
So currently, what the user flow will be is for joining a project, you will apply to a project. Like you'll send your profile to the author of the project as a mentor or as a developer.
Say you join
So
as a
once,
developer. Go ahead and join as a developer.
so after this, what would have happened is we have a SMTP server running on the backend, which would send a mail to the author of the project with a link to accept the invite. And once that invite is accepted, uh, you can apply. So I can just show you in the
Let's say an
yeah.
invite is accepted, right? Then what happens?
Once the invite is accepted, the user is added as a user is added as a developer, and he would be given some privileges like he would have the task listed, and the mentor can assign the task to the developer.
Okay, I was able to see the tasks beforehand also.
Yeah, but after one has joined the project, the mentor will be able to assign the task because without knowing what the tasks are beforehand, it would be like very difficult for the
Do you have
developer to know.
do you have task assignment for feature ready or implemented? No.
No, sir, we don't have that. We have
Okay.
it done till the networking part, connecting with the project mentor and developer.
And post that, it's just task management, right?
Yeah, after that, it's just task management. Uh, this part is just connecting with our developers and mentors. After that, it's mostly about just a conventional Jira or Linux.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting, folks. We have the last 5 minutes with us.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So when somebody is looking for the projects, uh, the search that you showed. So if somebody is somebody knows that they can only work on React and they want to figure out all the projects that are there on React. Is that
Mhm.
possible right now?
Yes, it is implemented on the backend. So for the front end, what we have done is like when we add just a simple route here. So what it does is it adds the params. It sends a request to the backend as a param, where it is text equals to like whatever we have written here. We have also implemented that we have a skills parameter. So whatever these Node.js, CSS, React we have written here, these are different skills models we have defined. So what we can do is we can add a skill, and on the basis of that, the projects can be listed.
Okay, understood.
What kind of scenario where you'd see this used? Because I can't imagine this being used in like a company setup, because you would, first of all, if you're a manager, it is your job to know who is good with what, and then what tasks to assign them. So like like can you think of like a scenario or a use case where this is more applicable? I like, if I was the manager, I can't imagine. Like, typically, the way things work in companies, right? Like, you don't keep the project open for anybody to send a request and start working on it. It would be, it would be pre-decided. Hey, I have this team of 5 people, or 10 people, and then they all work on it. You kind of know who's
Okay.
good at what, and you try to use it, right? Like, this tool may be like an overkill for that. At least the core differentiating factor of this tool from something like Asana or Jira would not be that useful. I can think of one scenario where this could be useful. What have you? Do you have anything in your mind?
Yeah. So what we have here is not targeting like a normal project or a project management website. What we are trying to do is building a network of developers where the developer would have an incentive to complete a task, right? So as a developer complete a task, its skill points increases, and that skill points affects his profile, which later affects how many projects he has to join. Because we are assuming here that no developer has any relations or they know about any developers about other developers to connect.
Right.
So what we are trying to do is we are trying to connect our developers with also integrating it to a project management in order to incentivize the
Understood.
developer more to complete the project.
What kind of an organization do you see this? Do you see this need in? Can you think of any type?
I don't see any organization using it. I see it more as of students or developers using it. It can be used as an organization for a competitive environment between them. If,
Okay. Like, I can think of this being used in maybe an open source organization where you don't really know all the developers, and then you have
yeah,
you
we
take a
can.
project, you close projects, you get assigned more projects, where you have like a reputation system within that organization for all the people. Like, let's say you're doing something like a GSOC, right? Like, for example, when you do GSOC, vendors typically try to prioritize people who have prior contributions, of people who have proved that they have the skills that are required to pick up projects. So in that kind of environment, the developers have some kind of incentive to close projects and earn tasks and stuff like that. Like, so I can imagine this being used in an open source organization where there are multiple projects and multiple tasks in those projects, where the leads or the managers who are leading those projects don't really know the different developers who are working on it. Maybe that's a good use case. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So that was one of the reasons why we haven't had a like we haven't thought of like hosting our code in the online platform, because we were thinking if we had done that, it would just have been open source, like a part of the group somewhat. And what we were trying to target was not being an open source project. Like the developers would have some kind of privacy over their code, and each feature, each task would be private to that user. But yeah, the use case you have defined is also viable in this case.
Sorry to interrupt, folks, but we are out of time, so we would have to go ahead with the next team. So, team Control C Control V, loved your project, but yeah, we all the best to you for the results, and I hope like the judges have asked enough questions to you guys. So yeah, Thank you. Okay, on to our next team. They soon will be joining us. So, yeah. Awesome. We have Harshal and Haridarshan from the team Non-Fungible Humans with us. So, folks, please take the stage and go ahead with your presentation. All the best.
So yeah, I hope that I'm visible and audible.
Yep, you are.
Yeah, cool. My screen visible now. Yeah, cool.
Mm.
So yeah, so yeah, good evening, all the judges. So we are actually team non-fungible humans, and we have created a travel logging and sharing app for people who frequently travel, called us. And so we actually need this. So basically, we create travel plans, but they are useless once we return from our trip. So we do have stories to tell people. Uh, but what if want to share all the minute details of the trip, and what if somebody wishes to just replicate the complete trip and want to relive the experience for themselves? So so that's where the main motto is. So basically we kind of want that there should be a place to share all these logs such that the other interested users can basically and follow them. So so yeah, so our app allows to this. Uh, but really, why? So basically, why do we? What is the inception of the idea and all? So there was this tweet by. Uh, so this tweet actually laid the inception of this idea. So where basically this user can now tweet the complete log of his or her travel, and anybody who is interested on reliving that particular experience can simply follow that particular log and hence relive that experience. So so yeah, I'll just go to the demo. So this is actually the app. So I'll just create a new account here. So let's say test user 2 or something. Yes. Yep. So I'll sign up now. Yep. So once I've signed up, so I have this uh, home page where I have like list of different locations which were basically logged. So in the top right corner, so you'll actually see that there's a calendar UI. So if I click on that particular UI, it's going to open up the calendar UI for me, which will currently contain all my travel logs. So as you can see that there is no travel log if I scroll it down, and also there are no events. So if I click on create, it is going to tell me that okay, I can create a travel log. So I can just put up a destination, let's say uh, Indore or something. Yeah, let's put Indore, and I can confirm it. So once I confirm it, this is basically going to create a travel log for me, and we can see that particular travel log on this on our UI. Yeah. So now you'll see that the 16 is actually marked, which indicates that okay, a log has been started at this particular day. And now I have an option to add an event to my log. So basically, uh, a log is going to have a lot of events. So if I click on add event, it's basically going to give me an UI to add an event. So let's say what's famous in Indore. So experienced, sorry, experienced Grateford, Ohio, Indore Central or something. Just and I can also tag this thing. So let's say tasty food, and so the tag is actually optional. And now if I click on add event, it is going to add this event onto my log, which would be like visible on the UI. So yep, yeah. So it basically added an event on to my log. So this was kind of the creating of logs and also creating of events. Now if I go to the feed, so this feed basically contains the feed from the events. So if a user creates an event, uh, at the same time, a feed will be created. Uh, I mean, a feed post will be created, and that would be visible to all the users. So let's say I can just select the location and everything. So if let's say I click on Indore, you'll see that okay, I do have like some uh, Indore
Hi, Darshan.
specific. Yeah.
Extremely sorry for the interruption, but you have like 4 minutes remaining. So
Yeah, sure. So basically, we can filter it with location. We can also filter it with different tags and all. So now coming to the main point, which is let's say I click on some particular location. I want to visit Mumbai, and when I go to Mumbai, I see that okay, a lot of users have basically created logs for different timeline and stuff, and I want to copy that. So I'll just click on one of the logs, and it will show me the overview of that complete log, that how many days it contained, how many events it had. So yeah, it has like one event, and it is ranging from 15 to 16. And if I really want to copy it, I can simply click on copy, and it would ask me that from what date do you want to start. So let's say I want to click on 25th of October, and the days, this can be anything. This is basically an arbitrary value because the end date would be decided by you once you want to uh, close the log. And events per day, basically it's again up to you. So let's say if I say 4, so currently we don't have really that much events, so but anyway it's going to adjust it accordingly. So yeah, once I click on confirm, so it has basically copied it. So if I now go to my travel log, which was this UI, we'll actually see that it has also created a new travel log starting from the date which we had selected. You can see 25 was the date, and all the events that were scheduled for that particular thing. So yeah, this was pretty much the complete thing. And yeah, if I want to log out and log in, basically all those stuff they do work. So
awesome
yeah,
stuff. So I think we are good to go with the questions.
yeah, we can move ahead with the question.
Awesome.
Uh,
Hi, Harshit. Vikram, you are going ahead?
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, yeah, great. So, you are you aware that Google Maps also keep record of where you traveled, and you can use that to create a log.
so yeah, we
What
were aware.
Why didn't gone through that way? Because for users to add their log is an extra effort, and I don't see direct incentive of people contributing to. like add their journey here.
So yeah, so currently there isn't any incentive onto the app. I agree with that, but yeah, we can uh, like we were raised this concern was raised by our mentor as well during the mid reviews, where they told that we can kind of incentivize this using giving tokens or coins and those stuff. So we can basically incentivize it, making it a complete functionable product. And the another thing, which is the Google uh, thing, that okay, the Google basically, if you click on let's say search Mumbai, it will tell you what all things you can do, what all places you can visit. But it is it revolves around the places mainly. And what we are trying to deliver is, let's say, I do know that in so the complete whole India knows that in Mumbai we have Juhu Beach, but I can tell you that if you go to Juhu Beach at 1 a.m. at night, you can eat
Okay,
faluda, and that would be
sorry,
very tasty.
sorry
So
to
we
interrupt,
kind of
Hari.
want that.
Okay, I was not talking about things to do in Mumbai, wala part of
Yeah, sorry.
Google,
Yeah,
but but on maps basically if required it requires permission, but Google can create the history of your journey, like
yeah,
what you were doing. So basically, if you spend a time at a shop, it predicts that you visited that shop, so you can see your whole history in Google
yeah,
locations,
yeah.
right? So why not leverage that history to automatically create the log, and just getting the confirmation that will decrease amount of effort needed by a user.
Yeah, yeah. So we actually do come in onto the next step, which is yes, the first step, which is creating the logs, can be automated for sure. But the next step, which is sharing the logs, which can be basically copied and used by other people. So our main proof of concept was around that. That okay, people should be create logs and at the same time share it, and other people should be able to replicate it, the complete experience along with it. You are completely right with that thing, that I could have just leveraged the Google APIs and got the history and created logs. So then the sharing part would be just our platform. So like we didn't approach that way apparently.
Okay, one more question about sharing. So basically, you had the field where you asked number of events per day, right?
Yeah,
But that will vary a lot based on what activity you are doing, and like based on travel between two different points of event, right? One event could be in South Mumbai and one in the top, right? That adds travel. So those information you already have in the source journey. Then why keep an extra like parameter to capture that? And that is also not possible because you can't actually, not every event, 4 events is doable a day, right?
yeah, yeah,
It's not a linear scale.
yeah. So
Okay, I was asking the thought process behind it and what could be the potential solution.
the thought process was like we basically kind of wanted to present the product first, the proof of concept. So what we had decided is, okay, let's just first of all create this complete system, and then we can basically collect more data and add more filters. So for example, in future we can add uh, different filters based on budget as well as the uh, travel duration or the location and stuff. But we haven't currently done that because yeah, it was not possible for us to do that, because if you we would have taken the Google API route, maybe maybe we would have completed it, but yeah, certainly not.
Okay. Sorry guys, just last question. So while you add the event, do you also take attitude? Like how
No,
will
currently we don't take any.
okay. Thanks. All my questions were. Sorry, Rachit, you're on mute.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah,
Okay, cool. I have a question about the copying the log feature.
yeah,
So I'm guessing the idea behind that feature is that if you see somebody going to a place and then uh, and you are going to the same place, then you would want to replicate the same trip, so that you know where to go and what all to explore. So it has to be aspirational. So now if you go to Mumbai page that you showed, and you see a list of all the logs that have been created, how does anybody decide which one makes the most sense for them? Like, are you supposed is a user supposed to go through, say, 5 items or 10 items on the list and then figure out which makes the most sense?
So the logs are actually different, like a unique set of entities in the database. So we can basically come up with ratings. We haven't come up with ratings yet. Like we can basically create a kind of a social app around the travel logs itself. So where people can post logs, and then we can basically rate the complete log or like it, and it would like make things more relevant.
Cool. Yeah.
Sorry, folks. Last 1 minute for you to ask questions. Then we'll have to move to the next team.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, I think the tweet that you showed in the beginning of the presentation is our Hackout employee Neil Agarwal's tweet, doing 1 year of nomad travel. I'm just sort of sad that I had a similar tweet about my 1 year of nomad travel, and I'm a little sad that you didn't use that. But keeping that aside, I wish I could cut marks for that. But keeping that aside, uh, like, how does the dates matter here, though? Like, so you're adding events from date 1 to date 1st of October to 3rd of October. Like, how does that work in the system? Second question, since we are short on time, how, let's say there's some party going on in South Goa, right? And like 50 people are using our app, and they're all adding this. There's a party going on. I'm attending that party, so on and so forth. Like, I'm guessing that you don't have any method to sort of aggregate all these events, right? They'll all show up as duplicates. So someone opening the South Goa page that day will see like a whole.
Yeah, so there isn't any aggregation, so they would basically see duplicate events currently. So in the feed, and the first question, so you were asking about the distribution of dates throughout the events. So basically, that's why we take the per day events thing. So when we basically take the start date and take the input as how many days you want to spend this at this particular location, and we take the per day events, we basically distribute it in that particular order that the per day thing is also matched, and at the same time the days are also covered if possible.
Okay, so does that mean, like, let's say I'm copying someone's itinerary, which is on October 1st and then ends on October 3rd, and there are, like, let's say 5 items that are spread across, right? And if I'm copying that item on October, like, let's say November 13th, so what happens now?
So it is going to ask you that when do you want to travel. So if you select November 13th, so obviously you can select like the future dates. So if you select any future date, so it's going to basically interpolate all those events from that particular date, starting from that particular date.
So the idea would be like, okay, if let's say someone goes to Manali and like they want to know, okay, what are the things to do, and then like I have 3 days, and what are the things to do in those 3 days? That's kind of is that the kind of use case?
Yeah.
Okay, folks, we are out of time with this. So, team Non-Fungible Humans, all the best for you. And I believe they are my juniors, but I've never actually, talked to them. Hi, Harshal. Yeah. So, all the best to you, folks. We'll move on to the next team. The team is already there in the backstage, and they are joining us from Triple IT Allahabad. So, welcome, folks. So, take the stage. I also see some familiar faces. One familiar face over here. All the best, Garvit.
Hey, thanks. Unable to share screen. Screen is visible, right? Yep. Audio and video screen all are visible, right?
Yep, visible.
Yes. Yeah. So we have created this app called Reelin. So what we are trying to create an interactive experience for user which is not only limited to buying
I'm sorry,
products.
folks, but your presentation is not visible. Did you
Yeah, it
close it?
was visible in between and then it went back.
If it's visible for you, you can just stop presenting and represent the screen.
Yeah, once. Is it visible?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah. So we have created this app called Reelin. So we are trying to create an interactive experience for user where they are not just limited to buy products but also live the experiences of others. So in Headout, let's say people come and buy experiences, and there are many such similar marketplaces where user come and buy products. So we are trying to create a pluggable social app within the main app only. So how that will work? We have created a front end SDK and back end microservice, uh, which can be easily plugged in the main app. And so there could be many themes as well. Like for Headout, it will be something related to it will be more travel centric, and for let's say Amazon, it will be more product centric. So the tech stack that we are using is in front end we are using Java, and in backend React, in backend Django and Firebase. So yeah, so once so the problem we're solving, of course, already Garvit mentioned. We What we're doing is this will actually increase user retention, because a user doesn't just browse a marketplace if there is no interactive or engaging experience in it. So this lets any product marketplace add an engaging tab to their app, so it will be a Reels like experience. So they just have to plug in our backend microservice after some configuration, and the front end app which can be integrated, and then we can use their user data and their user and their product data to create a Reels like experience, and then we can further deliver these analytics back to the company basis on the engagement of these short videos, and they can further iterate on their products. So these are the features, current features that we are providing in the app. So a user can view the short videos, and for example, at Headout it would be travel reels, or for Mintra it can be clothing reels, and from then and there they have the option to buy or book them. And then there will be, of course, filtering. You can filter the reels on certain metadata. So for example, Headout, you can
Sorry,
filter.
I am interjecting, guys, but all of these things can actually be just shown on the product rather than telling them first and then showing.
Sure, yeah. So okay, let's first start with the flow on how our entire flow is working. So what we require is that what our microservice requires that the company will expose their certain data APIs to us, for which we will use to generate this experience. So that will be, for example, the user data or uh, the product data. And this, of course, we let this responsibility be handled by the developer, by the company, because across companies there will be very different schemas, very different architectures in their data. So it will be very hard to cater to all of them. So we've made this data part abstract, and it would be defined by the developer. And then our Reels microservice will have its separate TV for some of the other stuff like likes, comments, etc. And this will be then used by our front end SDK, as you can see that here are some screenshots of the same, and we will then deliver the analytics back to the company. So now let's see the video of the same. सिर्फ टैब से हाँ क्या करें ये इसको क्रोम पे दो वीडियो तो कौन से जॉइन करवाए
Is your presentation has stopped? Folks facing any difficulties? Not audible as well.
just 1 second
Sure, sure, sure.
Telegram.
tab yeah
It's just love the gram.
Oh wait, shit.
so this is us browsing the reels and as you can see there is an option to book them right there along with their info and okay this is the social part we just clicked on someone else's story of course we can follow other people and we can see what kind of products they've liked and so and then there's the filter part so here you can see you can filter the reels on the city on the start date or end date of the availability of tickets for example
Sorry, is this a video or?
yeah
is
this
this-
is a now you can we have clicked book on a certain experience and it is now leading us to the product page so in this case that would be the head out product page we just saw a reel of the safari trip and it led us to that and then on the reel itself you can see you can like the certain video or you can share it on any platform of course and then there's the social feature you can search for other people you can follow them and on the if you follow them their interest will also show up on the top as stories yeah that's it
Awesome, folks. So I'll just bring in the judges for the round of questions. Right, go ahead.
Great.
Hey team.
Yeah, Rajat.
Yeah. So first question is, I'm guessing you're building it as a SaaS product where any company can use this tool to integrate stories in their product. You showed the demo of the standalone product. Can you tell how this will be integrated in an app? So the if any company wants to integrate it, what will be the support in the SDK? Like there has to be some front-end SDK that they will integrate, and then there has to be the backend service that they just clone and plug it in the system. How will that work?
yes what's the sharing window okay what we can't I don't think we're able to share a screen right now for due to some problem. But with the backend, so we have created this microservice, which has an initial stage of configuration. So in you basically the developer has to basically create a configuration file, and that configuration file will contain all the details of the data APIs we have them exposed, and they can mention we basically give them a list of all the APIs we need, and they can mention all the URLs and all the routes for those APIs. And of course, then there is also the analytics part. They can also mention what kind of analytics they need in that configuration file itself. Yeah, you can share it now. Yeah. So this is our configuration file, and here they are mentioning the URL of their data API and the all the routes of the APIs we need from them. Then so there's also the analytics part where they can define for each kind of view that we have available what kind of event they want to have stored. If they don't need certain events stored up, they can just omit them, for example. And after this, they can just run our microservice, and it will start working with our front end. For the front end integratability part, we couldn't quite complete the SDK. We ran out of time. Right now, we just have an implemented Android app, but we are in process to convert that into a full SDK so that anyone would be able to integrate that.
Understood. Okay.
So how would it work from a SDK point of view? So, like, okay, so how do these? So are you imagining it as an open source project where you have the option of using a self-hosted cloud version, but you can also self-host like a cloud-hosted version that you guys would maintain, but also a self-hosted version that the the using company can also host and host their video. Is that the idea?
Yeah, we are thinking to make it open source, and so that company can clone it and then host their own microservice. We're not hosting it in the cloud ourselves.
Okay, okay, but then that's not really a SaaS business, though, right? Okay. Like, wouldn't you rather have it like a, consider something like Algolia, right? Algolia offers search as a SaaS, right? You can integrate their APIs or SDK, and then you index some data into Algolia, and then you can use Algolia to power your search. Wouldn't you have something like that where okay, if you want to upload short videos, I'm guessing the like I may have missed a little bit, but like are the videos also uploaded are they uploaded by the users, or are they uploaded by the company that is trying to sell the product?
The company selling the products will have the short videos.
They'll be the ones uploading, right? Like, in that case, wouldn't you? I mean, from a company point of view, I'm just thinking it's simpler if and for you as well, right? Like, you can build it as like a SaaS product with a widget, where kind of like how Vimeo works, right? Where the company folks can upload the video and then you'll host it and provide analytics out of the box.
That is also an option. We can go through the cloud route as well.
Right. Cool. So Abhi, it feels a little half year, half there type. I'm a little confused. Maybe that's right. Okay.
Sorry, if the company is uploading the reels and stuff, like what are the users specifically doing?
So the users are, of course, browsing those reels there. The whole point is that we want to increase user retention in the marketplace app, so the user can continuously browse reels.
So it's
And
only discovery for users.
yeah. Right now it is only discovery. At some point, I think this can also be a feature where users can also add their own reels.
I think that's like
But right now,
the real, that seems like the real meat, because users are at some particular place, like they can upload reels, and then that can be matched to experiences, and that automatically can be linked. I mean, both things have their pros and cons actually. So even the company doing that and versus the users doing that, like both have their the users doing that becomes like a user generated content sort of a thingy.
maybe it could be like a thing where we provide the company with both options. If and based on the company's need, they can choose to upload their own reels or let the users upload their reels.
Mhm.
Am I audible?
Yep.
Does the analytics part work right now, or is it just a mock?
Right now, we're just storing the analytics. We don't have an analytics dashboard as of now. It's just a API route that returns them.
Okay.
But yeah, we are storing the analytics. We have an analytics middleware.
Okay.
So basically, we have created a middleware.
Okay. Okay. What is the tech stack that you use here for the DB and data server?
Sorry, can you please repeat?
What's the data store that you use to store analytics?
Right now we're using SQLite,
SQL.
the
Okay.
default Django.
Okay.
But that won't exactly be handled by our app, right? That would be the company's data.
Okay. Okay.
Again, depends on depends on how you position the product. If
Right.
it's a
Right.
SaaS
Yeah.
product or it's you're selling it as an open source, like send, but pushing it out as an open source.
Cool.
Hey folks, we're out of time, so I think that is it for the questions. Very good product team, Alex. All the best for the results.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right then. We have Team JS coming up next. So let's just wait for folks from the team to join in. Awesome. So we have Sandeep, Tanmay, and Tushar. I think Shashwat is also joining with Sandeep, I believe.
Yes. Shashwat and me are joining from the same laptop.
Yeah.
Awesome. So yeah, Team JS, the floor is all yours. So go ahead.
Thanks. So I'll just start sharing my screen. We Can you quickly tell me where? Okay, got it. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes. Tushar is
Cool.
visible.
So hi everyone, this is Team JS, and we are our hack for Hackout 2022 is also named Headout 2.0. So you must be thinking, what a like matching name that we have taken. So I'll start get into it. Our team is Sandeep, then followed by me, Tushar Gupta, and then Shashwat and Tanmay. We all are fourth year computer science students. Now coming to the problem statement, hackingheadout.com with a question. So what it is? So trust plays an important role in customer acquisition that we all know. And the moment we landed on Headout's homepage for this hackathon, we felt there was something missing on the website. So after brainstorming a lot, we found there was no good way for users to provide their feedback and then share their experience in a more integrated way so that it could help the new customers to get a better insight on what might they experience in a package. So there was a need of a community of travelers that are at Headout. And with the given open theme, it was quite fun. So we thought of hacking the Headout website itself, and we took that liberty. So the solution for that previous problem was Headout 2.0. So we made a hack that focuses on enhancing the experience of Headout users by introducing a gamified way or gamification to share reviews, personal experiences, and we are also allocating different gamified profiles based on users' travel history and interaction with the Headout products. So like in parallel to this, there were also some small improvements that we really wanted to see on the website, like view in VR and Headout gallery and Snapchat like user heat maps to give a good idea of where all people are taking packages. And yeah, so the end goal of all this was to gain the trust of new users to book our services, and for existing users to get a better review of other tools and services that they would like to try. So at the end, making a community of Headout users. And because the way Headout packages are structured, they're not something like you take in a month, or you like we take these packages in a year. It's not something like you take in a year. You can take it frequently in a month as well. So let's say a museum tour is something that you that is a repetitive package. So a way for customer retention is something that was needed. And moving on to the so the whole hack is divided into two things: the side features and the like the main community. So for the side feature, first of all, we should land better. And what do we mean by this is, whenever we go to any of the headouts link. So let's say this is best things to do in Rome. So what we get is a background, simple background with a text there. So instead of just showing like a simple background, what we can do is we can just make it a carousel of all the trending things that we can do in Rome, or trending things that we can do in different places. And you can just click to view package. And then along with it, we are also providing a user heat map. So heat map is like a collection of like the previous 50 transactions or 50 packages that were bought, and telling the user that what is currently trending in their area. So moving on to the next feature, gamified reviews. So when we went to the like when we opened a package, we went to the reviews, and just like any other product, we needed a better understanding of what it is like. What will be the experience when I'll take this specific package? So when I went to the review, it was good enough, but there was still something I needed more. I wanted to see what their experience was like, so I could like mental map things on how what experience would I be feeling. So for that, we needed better reviews, but better reviews don't just come automatically. We needed some way to incentivize them. So what we did was we gamified the whole process of taking reviews. Whenever a user takes a trip to some place or a package from Headout, he gets the option to provide a review. And when he provides a review, in exchange, he gets some Headout points that he can redeem to like book the next trip for some less cost. So here's like I had a lot of fun visiting the Beckman, and there are the hack points, and you can also upload different pictures. So,
Tushar, really sorry for interrupting, but you have the last 4 minutes left for the presentation.
Cool. So moving a bit fast. So now coming to the next feature, which is let's head out near you. So what is it? This is like the explore feed for our users to explore what all is out there. So let's say I'm based in India and I need to see head out packages based out of India. So I just go to the explore. It will show me all the recent packages that the users have taken, and all the review photos that we have gotten in the previous step will show here. So you can just scroll through the different feedbacks that have been there. So Naveed, I must say, is tricolor flaving flag at the Vaga border and other stuff like that. If you see closely, we are also associating user profiles with badges. So nomad, traveler, and badges like these means that these users have been frequent users of Headout, and they have been giving quite good reviews and quite good feedback for the whole community. So you can just explore what all packages and what all reviews there are there that you can take or near you, and then you can visit the profile as well. So the whole motive of creating a community lies with this specific module, and you can see different reviews this user has given, the Headout points he has earned, and following with what badges he holds. So now moving on to the next thing, hop on with the trend that is metaverse. So metaverse is taking different industries by a boom. Facebook completely switching to metaverse.
Extremely sorry once again, but can we just move to the demo quickly?
Yeah, sure.
You can explain things over there.
Yeah, so I'll start with the metaverse. So let's in the headout section, if you'll go to any package, so let's say I go to a package in London, and you can see page here, and there are different reviews that the user has given along with the different photos they have associated with it. And in the view in AR, if you will click it, you can see, let's say this is the package of London, and then I'm getting a 3D view in AR for Big Ben. So if you are in mobile, you can just use your phone's gyroscope to see what features or like what that place will look like. So think of it like as if you are going to Paris, you can see the Eiffel Tower in your phone and get a good experience of what that experience would be like. Similarly, there's the ad review feature. Then moving on to the next thing that I had Yeah, so the next thing was our tech stack that I wanted to discuss. It was based on Next.js, React, Google
Can
Maps API, Tailwind, and TypeScript.
you go
Yeah,
back
and
on that page? Is the right
this
column the
page.
whole is yes, is the right check availability this column, is that a screenshot?
Yeah, so our whole motive of this hack was to to upgrade the whole headout website. We didn't didn't went into backend or something like that. We just wanted to make a prototype showing what different features could we implement to make user retention and user experience better. So for examples, to prototype our proof of concept, like to give a proof of concept, we made a community page. So this is like the community page that it's all there, and you can just go to any traveler's profile and see what are the different uh, places he has been to. This is all static because of the time constraint, we didn't have the actual time to implement the whole backend because we needed user data and we needed to generate some fake data. So it would have been something out of scope. So we only focused on making a good proof of concept to demonstrate our ideas and for this hackathon.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm bringing up judges for the questions since we are over the time. By the way, folks, before we go any further, it's not packages, it's experiences. So it's sort of a weird thing for me to just listen to my voice, listen to that word package. So yeah, please use experiences.
Yeah.
That's also because packages are typically like a combination of multiple things, and these are like singular things.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I didn't got that.
No, I think you can continue.
Cool. So I'm up for questions. So the whole motive of us be making a community was users will come, and like we wanted users to keep coming back again to see what their friends are up to, what packages their friends are taking up. So you can just follow your friend and see what they're up to. And because the experiences of
How are you
experiences.
how are you following your friend over here?
Yeah, so as I mentioned before, we didn't have a backend completely for this. We just wanted to tell there should be option to follow your friends. So
Yeah,
let's
but
say,
which friend are you following? Because I'm presuming the only context over here is your user. So your like you could populate things for your user over here, but
yeah,
which friend are you gonna come like there's so many people, right? So which users
cool, yeah,
is being pulled over here?
yes. So let's say it could be a friend or a user that you really like, or like the experiences
Who is
he's
deciding
traveling.
that? How does the system decide that?
Yeah, so at the like if I have to complete if we have to completely do like make a full product, there's going to be a kind of a bit of social media kind of thing. So there would be specific user profiles that you can share. So I share my profile to you, you can follow me, and whenever I take another experience, you can take it. And the reason we are making it this way, because there are many city specific experiences also available in Headout, and we want customers to like our users to also experience that one. So if my friend is going to some place, he can recommend it to me, and I can just go to I can just see it and see what his experience was, and take that package as well. So this
Cool.
will make a ripple effect to all the players.
You were also talking about heat maps. Anything that you
Yeah,
can show us from that?
yeah, sure. So the heat maps was something that we took from the Snapchat's heat map. So currently what we are doing is we are just taking a random patch of data and populating it here. But when this goes into a proper production thing, we can take the last, let's say 50 to 60 packages booked in this location and accordingly make a heat map of like what are the different places users are booking. So this would give this is something aligning with how Snapchat shows different users that are there.
Question one. Sorry. Yeah. The question is that instead of showing the places that they booked, how does this way of showing the gradient and heat map is helping the user to book?
Yeah. So initial our thought was to show all the different experiences that are being booked frequently, but we are also planning to use markers because that would be something more uh, specific to a certain location. So let's imagine you have a marker here that you can click, and on top of it, it shows you a view package section or a small description about what experience is there. So you can just click on that experience and go to the specific page of that experience and book it for you. So if I'm in India, I can see different experiences people are booking around me in the Headout community, and I can just simply go to anything that I like randomly and see, fiddle around with it.
Wouldn't you rather just show experience markers there rather than a heat map?
Yeah.
Right? Like the point is that like the map is definitely useful, but would I think what would be useful is to show specific points that we sell in the map rather than a heat map. Because heat map also assumes that there is a gradient of people there because uh, experience typically tend to be around one place, right? Like it won't be like a gradient, like a line or something else. So.
Yes, completely. So we added the problem we were facing in this implementation was we needed some data to quickly iterate through it, and it was like due to exams we started a bit late and it was difficult to manually get all the data. So we just went to we just went to Google, got a heat map data and pulled it dumped it into this map. We also implemented like the markers that we are talking about, but it was not coming out very nice because there are multiple points here and there were different markers that were just in line. So yeah, we needed location specific markers. That was something we had to devote a lot more time and would have one.
But from a customer point of view, like I think heat map is not as useful as what I think would be to have like specific experience points. You can figure out if there is a cluster of them, what to show. Maybe a separate icon can be shown or something else.
Yes.
So interesting enough, like some of these things some of these features that you're building that you built or you proposed. For example, not the heat map, but the POI map is actually in quarters pipeline that you're picking up. So it is interesting.
I came to know about that.
Discuss that during the mid review. I think I remember from the mid review that you also built an AR like a street view integration, right? Could you demo that as well?
I didn't. There's a bit of lag on my side, so I thought you asked about the AR package or the view in VR thing, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, the street view product page street view.
Let me just can you repeat the question again? Sorry for that.
Yep, just that during the reviews that you had shown us the product page where there is a street view of that experience place, right? Like, we just demo that as well.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to.
It's the same like view in VR. Hello, Tushar.
Yeah. So
view in VR.
Cool. So view in AR would work, and if you open this in phone, it will be you can rotate the screen through the gyroscope of your phone, and depending upon what experiences location we are in. So let's say this was London, so I picked London Eye for it, and we can also like ask users to upload 3D images here, and like give them some headout coins or coupons for that, and this will also completely rip off the dependency for us on Google. So currently that you can see I'm using Google, but uploading 3D images is not a difficult thing, and there are different party libraries that are already there. So this is something that we can also do, and we have planned.
Okay. I have some question. So good work on the building all the UI components and figuring out what are the bottlenecks. In a hackathon, it's ideal to build the whole end-to-end implementation. So I agree that all the features that you have showcased right now, building all of these in just a hackathon wouldn't have been possible. Just want to ask realistically, if you had to build end-to-end implementations, what all could you build during this hackathon instead of like you have some features in mind that you showcased here, but if you had to build it end-to-end, what would have been the order in your mind, and what would you have been realistically able to deliver?
I think the best thing that we can do for this, focus on making a community for Headout users. That would really boost up our user retention. We need a community for Headout, and for that, I think this gallery page is something like I start with this core feature because it is something that's going to give us a lot of customers. So it is not something that's too much involved. It's not you have to install and then do things. It's just a website page that you can simply scroll through and see what different experiences Haddock offers related to your location. You can also search different locations. Like if I want to see the experiences offered in New York, but by default it will show you the current location that you're residing in. I can just simply scroll and see this looks good, this looks good, and just see what it is. So Naveen with the Wanderer tag has been through here. So this would be my main focus to do it. And then view in AR is something that would really boost up the give a good impression of what this package is going to be like. So where it is in view in packages, if you go, so this function is something that I really wanted to implement because it will really boost up what this experience will look like.
Clear.
And
Thanks for that.
Awesome. So, folks, I think we are out of time, so no more questions. Yeah, and I really loved your take on the Headout website, and would love to see some of these features being implemented over here as well. Awesome. And for the last time, sorry, I couldn't help it, but it's experiences and not packages.
it's just in my brain is wired like that. So I'll keep
Yeah, it's
that in
totally
mind.
good. Totally good.
And just a quick shout out to like you guys making this open theme because it's going to be our probably our last hackathon because we all are in fourth year. And this open theme really challenged us to do something really creative, and we took this gamble, and yeah, it was fun. So thank you everyone.
Awesome. Oh, thank you so much, folks. So we would like to move on to the next team. All the best, folks. So Team Jess.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Up next, having Team Ambassador. So let's just wait for Team Ambassador to join in. Awesome. So we have folks from Team Ambassador joining us. We have Vivek, Alok, Abhishek, and Adarsh. Folks, I hope you guys are ready with the implementation and the presentation. Again, just to reiterate, you will be given 15 minutes in total, out of which 8 minutes would be for your presentation, 7 minutes for the judges to answer the question. I'll answer the question that judges will ask, right? So, yeah, all the best.
Sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're completely audible. Would you just present your screen first?
Okay, sure. Give me a minute. Is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. All the best. Your time starts now.
Thank you, sir.
So, can I start? Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, sure. So, good evening, everyone. This is a door from your door to anywhere. Leave budget to us. We are Anywhere Door, created by Team Ambassador.
Guys,
I am Adarsh,
you will
the
have.
backend developer.
Sorry, I'm interjecting. The other people will have to keep yourself muted because we're getting feedback.
Okay, sure. Can I start again?
Yeah, go ahead. Don't take my permission.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. We are Adore from your door to anywhere. Leave budget to us. Ambassador. Our team includes me, Adarsh, developer, Abhishek, also backend developer, Alok, and developer, Vivek Singh, designer. So our problem was recent teammate was planning a trip to Kasol. So to get a fair estimate about money that will be required, he has to be all the different sites on whether what the money is spent on modes of transport, hotel booking, food, etc., etc. So in order to do so, he has to view a lot of sites, and in order to do so, he has to waste a lot of money. So we tried to solve this problem from this project. So what we did was we made a budget aggregator which will provide the user the best suited different trip location with their estimated trip budgets through the answer or the needs of the user. So what we basically did was we scraped the data from the various sites and implemented it into our APIs to get the fair and right expenses. So the features of this budget aggregator are it shows the minimum and maximum cost required for the mode of transport, help us to get an estimate of hotel prices, gives brief on where money was spent, like each penny, and it also helps the user to directly book his modes of transport and his hotel. So yeah, let's go. That's Adore. So this is our landing page. We try to keep the UI as simple as we can so that we can interact more with the user. Thanks to Vivek. And this is the basic details that the user will require from the user, like his name and from where he will be starting his journey.
Can
This
these
is the
be
other.
sorry? Can these be demoed directly?
Yeah. After that, we will show uh, live of this.
You can just do the live demo rather than showing these images first. It'll save you time.
Okay. So for that, I would like to invite Alok. Uh,
So, can I connect my phone to the screen also? It's showing that room is full right now.
so till then, can I explain the project?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the basic details that we will require from the user, and these are the other details like the destination and his dates, number of days of visits, whether it's solo or group trip, etc., etc. And all we are almost. After this, we will get all the input data and fetch it into our API to get a fair estimate. So like this is the result page. It will be divided into two sections: the minimum budget required and the maximum budget required. In the minimum budget, the user will be taking the cheapest mode of travel available and the hotel and also the food. Like this, the total breakdown of on where his each penny was spent. And if you go to the maximum section, it is where he will experiencing all the luxuries, the best mode of travel available, the best hotel available there. So like for Kasol, for a 5-day trip, solo trip by bus, the by bus will be 520 rupees and the hotel stay will be 820. So it will show the user a detailed view, confidence, and also to be more comfortable. So yeah, let's see that in working. Okay, Alok, your floor is yours. Thank you.
Hey there. I'm the Android developer at Odor. So let me join with my phone first of all because it is not letting me in.
Sorry to
Just
interrupt you, Alok. Like you have more 4 minutes.
okay.
Also, you
Sure, sure.
would want to stream for your own from the device that you have joined in. We have reached the maximum limit of participants.
Okay. Okay. Just a second.
Okay, so is Alok
So till
joining?
then, I guess Abhishek. So till then, Abhishek will be
Yeah,
explaining the back. Okay,
go ahead. Go
Abhishek.
ahead.
Abhishek, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I'll be giving you the idea of how the data has been scraped from the various websites. So Let me show you the endpoints right now. Mm, Okay, so uh, let me show you the API that has been called from the front end. This is the basically this is the basic API that is being called. So the queries that we are passing into this are mode. Obviously, you can select between flight, train, bus, or anything else, and the source like Delhi or wherever the source is, the destination where the traveler is going, and the date of the journey, and the stars of the hotel that they are going to stay. So let me give a test call. Like we are sending it to the scrapers.
The site is being hosted on Haripu app.
So when the request has been sent, we get an JSON response where there are trip details. For every trip, there are two fields that are we are sending to the front end. The cheapest one. So let's say you are traveling to Kasol via Delhi on a flight. So the current price, the cheapest price that is possible, and the most expensive one, uh, and the link to the details have been fetched from. So this is the backend that we are. And now I like to ask Alok to show you the Android app that we have been built.
Share the screen. So, give us a minute, guys.
Okay. If you're using Android and you have Linux system or Windows system something, you can use the software called as SCRCPY, screen copy, if that's
Okay.
possible.
Wait.
I mean, if you have a recorded demo on the screen, that would be good as well. I mean, since we are running out of time.
Hello.
Yeah.
So just a minute. I will give you the recorded, the which we submitted on day folio. Will that be okay?
If that's definitely, we'll just check it out. If is there any other way that just show the live demo to us?
Actually, can you tell us from where we can screen share from mobile?
There should be a plus button on your screen right now, and then you can click on that and then select the
Fantastic.
source.
Okay, they are currently working. So let me show you a recorded demo. Just a minute. Okay. Mm, hello, is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Okay. So this, just a minute. So this is the app that we have built. Now we are actually clicking let's go, and like from where he's starting his journey and his name. So after this, we require some other details like where he will, what is his destination, like for now, and for how many days he will be visiting. So yeah, he's selecting whether it's group trip or solo and its mode of transport, and whether he will be studying in hotel or not. Like he's selecting for now will be and 1 star. So yeah, that's the landing page, and you can see like for Rajasthan there are two budgets. Like the minimum is 4610 and the maximum is 8320. No, we did the budget breakdown. Like for transport there is 2550 rupees, and for stay there is 1510 rupees, and for one person the total estimate cost is 1460. 4610 rupees. Now, the user that if he is choosing train, then from which train he can be go, and what is the cost of that train, and the hotel in which he will be staying, and that's it. Let me check on Alok whether he's ready or not. So Alok. So as button on the screen. I'm so sorry. We can show.
Um, I'll have to check it once, but maybe after after all the presentations are done, what you can do is that you can just hop into the Discord with the judges, and you can share the screen over there. So I believe that would be enough, right? Right, Vikram? Right now we are facing some technical difficulties.
Or they could even share the package of the app.
Yeah, if there's an APK that
Okay.
you can share.
Okay, sure. Abhishek, can you show the
I
JSON?
use. Sorry, go ahead.
APK share कर सकते
Yeah, I
हैं?
mean, yeah, please share the APK on your team channel. We'll take a look at it later. But right now, let's just move on to the question sessions. So I'll just bring up all the speakers.
Right. Some questions for me. So this data of all the pricing and stuff, where are you fetching it from?
We are scraping it from various sites like Make My Trip,
Not audible.
other websites. We are running
Alright.
a scraper over there, and then it will just fetching the data from.
You're running a scraper which scrapes things and keeps the data beforehand, and then you read through it, or you do it on a live API or something like that, or live scraping.
Yeah,
Live scraping
so
don't happen.
basically what we are doing currently, like we are going into the APIs that these websites use, like the Exigo uses some their own API that is like currently open, I think so. So we fetch the data to the endpoint through Exigo's API. So like we are fetching the data. Let me show you if I can show you the process.
Got it. And for the bookings of, I don't remember whether those were trains or what. Like for the bookings of those things, they also redirect you to those websites, right?
Yeah. You are there's a button. So when you click on the button, the user is been taken to the website from where the data has come currently.
And your splits currently, the bookable thing is only for trains and not for the other modes.
No, the booking is for currently available for every mode. So
Okay.
like for every mode of transport, like bus and train and flights.
But in your example, it was only one mode which was being shown.
Yeah. So let me show you. Like, can I show you the postman call that we are giving? Like, it would be much better, I think so, if I could do so. Like, is it visible now?
Mm-hmm.
So here is the mode, and I'm changing the mode to, let's say, train, and then sending the request. So what happens is there is a link generated into the JSON query, and you can just go over to that, and it will wait a second. Let me just do it again. Looks like the endpoint is not working for train. Let me show you for the other one, for the flight. Yeah, so for the flight, it takes you to the website itself, and so this also works for the bus.
Got it. Are these public APIs, as in publicly available APIs, or are these just their internal APIs which you're just accessing because they're public?
Yeah, so basically, these are the endpoints that we are getting from the network tab currently, because we don't have an free API endpoint that would give us the data right now. So we are just taking those APIs that are being requested by the sites itself, and then taking the data from there, and then using it, like processing it in our.
Got it.
And the data that you're scraping and aggregating, are you storing it in some kind of DB, or like is it real time fetch?
Yeah, it's almost real time. Like the API calls are being made real directly to those endpoints and been fetched by the front end. We are not currently storing it because it's not currently needed. Uh, the front end can easily get those data, but in the future use, we can store it in a cache. Like if the requests have been made, most requests to some places, we can store those data into cache and then display it.
Mhm. But like given that these things like flight or trains and the rates are very volatile, uh, would
Yeah, yeah.
caching even would won't provide you very accurate results. So how any have you thought about any some other alternative ways as to how you'll tackle this particular problem?
About the range of the data, like how the
Yeah, I mean, like,
data varies over.
you don't really want to instantaneously go and scrape the websites. Like they might block you or they might blacklist you. Uh,
Yeah.
Another way is to officially partner with this such API, such websites, but that's not always the option.
Yeah,
Have you
so
thought
there
about?
are like endpoints available over Rapid API. We have searched for it. Like Booking.com provides a very good API, but obviously it's a paid API, so we are not currently using it. We could just show you the. We are just trying to show you a solution for as so we use the API that are been called by the networks. But if you do have the budget, we could switch over to the APIs that those endpoints or those APIs provide us, and then we can call it. Like once the website, once the app scales, we could just partner with these websites like Make My Trip or other such websites and request for that database or the API calls, and really can promote.
Got it. And like, what's stopping you from moving this, scraping logic to your client itself, like the Android app itself? Why do you need to have a separate hosted backend which scrapes for you?
Uh, Currently, our team, the tech stack was quite different. So like uh, Alok handling the front end was currently focused more on the front end part. So we were trying to like reduce the time it would take, like to code both the API calls and lot of time, and won't be possible to complete the whole app in like 2 days. So we decided to move it to the backend currently.
Got it. Cool.
Um, can I ask like Alok can show you the app right now because it's starting. It would be really nice if you could give us some time over there.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot.
I mean, you're trying to join from your phone as again, right? It'll give you a prompt that the guest room is full because we've ran out of participants. It's totally fine. We can probably move on to the next questions if there are any, or we will definitely see your APK that you've shared, right?
If you could unmute Alok, he can show you the app itself. Like you have, I think you have muted
Look,
Alok.
this is muted. Nope. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. Hello. Uh, Actually, I was unmuted and it was not unmuting. So I'm presenting it from my laptop and the camera is from Abhishek's. So I hope you can see the AnyDesk window.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think I can full screen, or is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. So this is the app. Uh, we select and put our name. And then we input our details, like say we decide the days for we are going solo or group. So say 2 people are joining us and the transport we will be taking, and then we'll be staying in a hotel or not. So we are, so next. So so this is the final page. It has all the and the detailed breakdown of the budget. So you can see.
Can you click on any book nows?
Yeah. So for flight, the flight from here. So book now button works like this. And so we are going from train. So the train details are also here. This is the uh, lowest rate. Site is the highest rate, 18,292 for 3 days and for 2 people. And this is a rate for transport, staying, food, and people. So this is.
Even I'm assuming even the hotel thing works on the book now side, right?
For hotels, we were working on it, but Book Now is not currently working, but it will be very soon.
So I have another question. So, for example, let's say you give planning to visit Kasol, right? First question is how are
Yeah.
you matching it? Like you're just passing it on as a pretext to the API, right? So how is
Yeah.
it? The other question is, let's say I give Kasol and flight. Right? Kasol doesn't have an airport,
Safe flight.
but there is one in Punta Kullu, and there's one in
Yeah.
Delhi. Chandigarh, people typically go from either Chandigarh or Delhi, or
Indigo.
if you're rich,
Yes.
go to yeah. But yeah, where is that flight? I'm curious because there is no airport in Kasol, right? So how is it picking up? Which flight is it picking up?
Oh, it will be showing the nearest flight. Like it will be, I think,
No,
can't be Kolkata.
I
You click on right.
I have to enter the details again. So, like a soul. date for 2 days. Okay. Transports, let's say flight. Maybe. So yeah. So there is a flight
And you don't.
called Thai Sky Airlines. You can see it. See, New Delhi to Kullu. So there is a single flight from Alliance Air. You can see it.
How are you getting that nearest place? Who is helping you with that?
The scrapers are scraping that data from for
But
us.
you didn't get anything for Kosol. There wasn't anything for Kosol. There was one for Kulu. So how do you get to know what is the nearest place? Are you checking it? Are you, is that the API which is doing its magic?
No, we are not checking from our end. Uh, the Make My Trip site, if we enter Kasol for that, it will be
Got it.
giving us the nearest airport, which was in Kullu. So it showed the Thai Sky Airline
Got
it
it.
is giving right now. So that it is. So yeah.
Next, yeah. Hey folks, I guess like we are up with the time by a lot. We should be moving on to the next theme as soon as possible. So
I
thank you too much.
apologize a lot because
Yeah,
the the
we would
sync
definitely
share was
have to
not
take
happening
you.
on the phone. So really
Yeah,
sorry for that.
no worries, no worries. Cool then. Thank you folks. We'll move on to the next team, which is Team Weirdflix. So yeah, bye bye. Awesome. So we have Team Weirdflex joining us over here. We have Siddharth, we have Manu, and we have Harshit over here.
Great. So I'm Siddharth, and this is Manu. Let's dive right into it. Just let me share my screen. One sec.
Cool. I believe you were four people over here, right? So
No, we are three people.
okay,
I'm Siddharth. This is Manu, and
right,
And I'm Harsh.
this one. Yes.
right.
So is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, just give me a second. Okay, great. All right. Hi everyone. I'm Siddharth from Team Weirdflix. With me, I've got Manu, and Harshit is joining us from another window. We're all very excited to be here. Without any further ado, I'm gonna get right into it. Before I get into our product, let's talk about what problem we are addressing. So let's say I'm an artist. I've got a piece of music that I want to monetize. Right now, the only option that I have is to go to a platform, say Shopify. So I offer my track to this platform. My fans discover and stream my music over there. Now the problem is Spotify generates a lot of revenue out of it, but I don't seem to get a proportionate cut out of it. Weird. Here's a great tweet that we'll like to use to highlight the scale of this problem. Less than 14,000 artists on Spotify make 50K a year, whereas the founder of Spotify is worth 5 billion, and the platform itself is worth $16 billion. So, what do we propose? Here's Pixie, a Web3 alternative to traditional music streaming apps. So, what happens if I, as an artist, come to a platform? Instead of just giving my track to the platform, I create an audio NFT, thus putting my song onto a blockchain. Streaming my song stays free. However, now my fans can purchase these NFTs. So, if a fan shows up and he's willing to purchase this NFT, a sale happens and funds are transferred. They are directly transferred to me. The exchange takes a minor, very minimal fee. Thus, my fans are able to directly support me without any intermediary, like a label. What happens if another fan wishes to purchase the same NFT? He goes to Pixie again, another sale happens, he now owns the NFT. However, a certain cut is given to me in the form of secondary royalties. Mm. So going over it again, me the artist gets paid on the primary sale on every subsequent sale. My fans get to own my NFT and get access to special perks and privilege. Win and win for both of us. But that's not all. Pixie will serve the following purposes. It's a marketplace for music NFTs. We saw that. It's a community builder for artists and their fans. I'm going to elaborate on that. And obviously, it's a music streaming service. So Pixie aims to build a community between the artists and their fans like it's never been done before. If you bought a music NFT directly from an artist, you stand out from the rest with a VIP tag. It's gonna be visible everywhere you go on the site, and everywhere we list the fans, you're gonna be there on top. So currently, an artist can host events through our platform, and their exclusive fans will have direct access to these events. We plan to make it possible for the general public, who are not these VIP fans, to buy access to these tickets in the form of NFTs, and they would serve as entry passes. So moving on to the demo. Okay, one sec. So the artist can recognize and reward their top fans directly through our platform in the form of meet and greet private events. So this one, monetary NFT airdrops directly to their wallets directly from our site, and private NFT collection wins only accessible to certain fans. Now I'm gonna hand it over to Manu, and he's gonna take over.
Yep. So hi guys, I quickly share my screen. Yep. So I hope my screen is visible to you guys. And this is what we have come up with. This is the landing page for our platform named Pixie. Here, all the freshly minted music that are listed, and you can stream. I hope this audio was audible to you guys. And you see, some of these are already sold, but these are still up for sale. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch to an account which will act as a fan in the entire demo. So let's call it like the account 4 will act as an account of a fan, and I wishes to purchase a song named Instant Crush. I have to pay the amount that it is listed for, and when I pay this, once the transaction goes through, it's now sold and it's listed under my owned music. So here you can see, and now let's say I wishes to resell this NFT for a higher or maybe a lower price. So I can resell it from here, and I'm going to sell it for a higher price, let's say 100 Ethereum. And I'm going to relist on our platform. It charges a very minimalistic listing fee. And once we confirm this transaction, the NFT is again up for sale. So this was buying and selling of an existing NFT. But let's say I'm an artist and I need to mint a fresh music for my fans. I can come to this mint new music section. I enter the name of the track, let's say Blinding Lights.
I enter a description. You've been in the dark for way too long. And I enter the price that I want to list it for. Let's say 12 Ethereums. And I want enter the royalty percent in percentage that I want to earn in each transaction. Let's say 15. And then I select the audio that I want to publish. This is some sample tracks. We can publish, select this, and a cover photo for this music piece. Um, let's say I go with this one, or maybe this. Yep. So now I have all the data that is needed to create a new music. I simply create an NFT out of it. And the platform again charges a listing fees 0.025 Ether. And once I confirm this, boom, a freshly minted NFT is here for sale. And I can again choose to a fan account and purchase it. But we're not going to redo that again. So this was the whole marketplace section for our service. Another very important feature that we offer is the creator dashboard. And I'm I'm at the fan artist account. I'm gonna switch to creator dashboard. And here I can see all the music pieces that I have minted so far. And plus, what special about this is here are all the events that I have hosted or plan to host in future. I can create a new event for my fans. Let's call it a meetup. I give a description. Let's start a date and time, the venue. Let's say K2PO Bangalore. The number of tickets. Let's say 10, and price of each ticket. Let's say 11 ether in ether. And I can just simply add this event. And once I confirm this transaction, the events listed on our platform meet and the meetup, let's start. And now let's say I'm a fan and I want to browse the events that my favorite artist has hosted for me. So I'm going to switch to a fan account, and I can go to the artist page. We have a dedicated artist page to list, which lists all the tracks that he has minted and the current trade or the last trading price. We have all the top fans for the artist and the amount of it's the revenue that the fans have contributed towards the artist so far. And we have a categorization. Some are VIP fans and some are regular fans. The VIP fans, this division is on the basis of the first hand owner. Basically, the if I'm purchasing an NFT directly from the artist, I'm his first hand buyer, I'll be labeled as a VIP tag. Because indeed I will be contributing more toward the artist, paying the full amount rather than a small percentage of royalty. And yes, then we have all the events that are listed for the artist. Here's all the necessary information, and we plan to integrate buying of tickets from here so that the general public can attend, but we were unfortunately not able to implement this functionality. These events are as of now just open to the fans that are labeled as VIP. So that's about the artist page. We do have a dedicated page for music as well, a page where all the information regarding a music piece is listed and their fans. This NFT doesn't have any fans, so let's switch to a different one. So here it is, and these fans are exclusively to the NFT, not for the artist. Basically, these fans are the ones who have at some point in time traded this particular music piece and have generated this much amount of revenue for the artist. So yeah, and the other section that my friend Siddharth talked about was adding reward system for their fans. We were also not able to fulfill that, but the flow that we thought was an artist can come to the fans, select the number of fans that he want to reward, and send airdrop some ether right from here. So that's pretty much of the product that we have built. And let me just quickly give you the tech stacks and the architecture that we have followed. I'm gonna switch from here. I hope The architecture screen is visible to you guys. Okay. So the client side of the application, that is your browser, and your wallet collects the metadata for your NFT, as we saw all the fields that is necessary, and it pins it on the IPFS, which is a P2P distributed file storage and sharing protocol. It then sends a transaction containing the data to the smart contracts, which is written in Solidity, and which then tokenizes this data into an ERC6 721 standard and puts it on chain, making your data now indestructible and immutable. So that is a very high level architecture. The tech stack that are the Web3 end of our tech stacks include the Hardhat framework, the Open Zeppelin library, Solidity, of course, IPFS, and EtherJS. And for the front end, the client facing side of the application, it's built using Next.js framework and plain HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And yes, kudos to my friend Harshit for writing down that every single style sheet from scratch. But here's something more. Now, music as an art form would not make sense we- to have 1,000 copy of a single track. But we certainly do not have to restrict the ownership of this unique asset to a single entity. So what we came up with is something related to fractional ownership, which is a concept where a person can own a certain percentage of an NFT. This will be coming very soon. Please watch for it. And yes, that was pretty much from our side. Now we would love to take as many questions from as possible from you guys.
Really awesome, folks. I just hope, like, the music that you played doesn't really bring a copyright strike on our channel. But love the color scheme. I think I've seen it somewhere before. I'm not
Yep,
entirely
it's
sure. My
similar to
memories.
a service that I used once.
Spotify. Yeah, Spotify. Nice, nice. I'll just quickly bring over the judging panel. Let me just check if they're
Definitely.
available. Yeah.
All right. So I'll start off with the questions, and like I have some more context about this since I was involved in the review of this. So you remember us talking about the USP side of thing and the whole part whereby there are two ways of doing this. One is the actual Spotify way, whereby the user pays uh, for a subscription or per streaming the song. um, but since the song itself, the audio file itself is on IPFS, basically that can be accessed by anyone. So like that thing is not possible, and even in current times, like if you have to do that, like it's an extremely difficult problem statement to solve. And I think like that's going to be the next biggest problem statement to solve, because if you can solve that, then you can actually create a Web3 Spotify. What you are doing is basically the streaming is going to be free, but there's going to be one NFT that signifies that song, and then the ownership of that NFT is going to basically be like a premium status thing that like a really high rich fan can buy, and then that can follow through. So now the thing that I am thinking is that okay, that's one direction to take. That doesn't recreate Spotify, but the question is, does that really, how much of a value does that create for the artist, given that it's just one NFT, and to really have value, it needs to be of a very high price, and since it's just one NFT, it's very illiquid. So it's a open question to you. How much of a value do you think it really adds to the artist?
We've thought about that. So that is why we mentioned fractional NFTs at the end. So more people can take part into buying the asset and like trading it. Because I assume if Drake is selling an album, it's gonna be for multiple $1 million, and maybe one guy cannot afford that.
And to answer your another question, how much value this is bringing it for an artist? we brainstormed it on it. And if you look at this way, let's say I'm a underdog artist and I've just started through. So essentially, I'm dependent on the quality of my music, and the person purchasing it is actually betting on me that if this music is actually good, it's gonna boom in future, and that would bring a lot of value to this, I think.
And apart from that, when we talked about the top fans section, that is, I think, probably our USP, because the artist can directly
Correct.
reward our fans that have been from the start, and he can like actually see that how many people have been contributing to him and how much.
How will the artist reward?
So the airdrops, again, we talked about that. So we'll have a panel where you can just click and check all the addresses that you want to reward. You could give them NFTs, you could give them just ether,
Straight up ether.
or like the ticket section.
Artist
So
has to have enough ether for that. If you're
Sorry?
saying artist has to have enough ether for that, if it's a underdog artist, you can
so
assume they
yeah,
can have.
if he became successful, he could reward people for being their fan. Yeah, thank them for that.
Yes, exactly. Of course, the rewarding thing would be gonna come later, but before that, the platform is also helping us, their fans, to bet on the artist.
Just like how normal airdrops would work, maybe like we come on a platform, we use it, and eventually they raise money, they reward their initial supporters and whatever.
Okay. My problem is like the illiquidity wala part, because it's just like
Mm.
one NFT and like
We also, like in previous to this, we did have a very, like, we discussed this very thoroughly, and it kind of still persists with us, but we are gonna figure it out, hopefully.
also like typically the thing is that you know it's easy to say that NFTs will have value, but typically the thing is that either NFTs either get value either in a speculative run, or if like a lot of premium status has been achieved by that NFT. Otherwise, if the NFT doesn't have utility, uh, in the long run, it will probably not gain value. So the utility aspect is something that is missing over here, and you probably need to think over the utility aspect. Like for example, like the tickets wala thing.
I was about to mention this actually.
So we tried to implement that in the 4 or 5 hours we had, but we had to scratch it out because it wasn't fully functional. So we wanted the people to be able to mint tickets in form of NFT if they have like been a fan of that artist and get access to his event or like
This
whatever he's organizing.
The utility thing, I think the community that we are building, I think this brings a utility to this, like having access to certain privilege. I think that would be a utility in some sense.
Yes, like you will have to define what that utility will be, or the artist should will have to be able to, your platform will have to be able to be enough, how to put it, like enough functional in nature, in that artist,
Purpose.
that okay, this can be used by the NFT. For example, like you could have like, okay, people having ownership of the NFT will get access to all the events for free,
All the
all the events created by the artist for free, something like that.
that is what we were trying to depict with that VIP tag section.
Okay, but that's only for the first user, not for the subsequent
Yep,
users.
yep, yep.
Today, I own the NFT, but I can't get access to your events. Why should I own the NFT?
Maybe we should change the
Parameter that we are
parameter.
dividing this tiership at.
Maybe instead of the first user, like the top 100 contributors or something like
A
that.
question to you, open-ended question again. If you have to do the latter, the former thing that we were talking about, whereby user pays for each stream of the audio, but we know the obvious problems with that. But if you have to enable that in some direction, not the actual implementation, what is the direction you would take?
Well, if we were to implement that, I once thought of using the streaming time as a parameter. Like, let's say I am an artist. It's a very hypothetical situation wherein I pay for only the time or the number of
Your
views.
audio is on IPFS, so it doesn't matter.
But I thought you were asking that if we were able to crack that problem.
Yeah, but how are you cracking the problem? Was the question.
So the music wouldn't be able to be publicly accessible. We'll have to have it hidden somewhere.
What's the direction that you have?
Guys, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but we are out of time, so quickly we should wrap it up.
We can actually run our own Oracle network or our own private chain, which would be just feeding the tracks. Nothing.
It will still have to become public. Okay,
I'm
as
not.
was that's sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Please go ahead.
Now I was about to give the answer. The direction is zero knowledge proofs.
Okay, I'll definitely look into
It's
this.
not solved as in like how to do this via zero knowledge proofs, but the direction is zero knowledge proofs.
Okay, definitely I'll look into this.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Team Weirdflex. Really loved your project. The idea is unique and very very beneficial to the users as well as the artists. So, but we'll have to move on to the next team. So,
Sure. Thanks,
thank
guys.
you. Yeah,
Very
thank
happy
you.
to be here.
Exactly. We had a lot of fun building this.
Awesome, awesome.
So
Bye
thank you.
bye.
Bye bye. All right, up next we have Team Space Jesus Cult. So, I mean, very very unusual name, but I won't be the judge of this. We'll just wait for them to hop into the stream. So yeah, enjoy the lo-fi music. Awesome. So we have Ankit and Adarsh. I believe we would be waiting for someone else, right? Like,
No, it'll be just the two of us.
is it? Okay.
Unfortunately, another team member won't be able to make it.
All right. So the stage is all yours. Again, just to reiterate the rules, you will be given 15 minutes to for the entire presentation, and you
Mhm.
have 8 minutes of those to explain your slides and the demo part. The rest of the 7 minutes will be taken by the judges for the questions. And I would highly recommend if the application that you are having is highly UI specific, you should directly hop onto the demo. So all the best.
Yeah.
You can start by sharing your screen.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Could you help me with the screen? Okay, wait. Yeah, got it. Screen on. Yeah, I hope it's visible now.
Yeah, yeah.
Amazing. So, hello everyone. My name is Adarsh, and my teammate Ankit will be. So we represent Team Space Jesus Cult. I know it's a weird name, but so our project is Mark 3, and no, it's not the name of Iron Man suit. So, so the problem that we came across is that, yeah, the problem which we came across is that when you're generally browsing through the web, you come across a lot of blogs, articles, podcasts, videos, resources, and as developers, I think we really read a lot of blogs and articles, which we keep which we store, which we need to store as a reference somewhere. So we noticed that there's not a good solution that tackles this problem, right? So this is why we built Mark 3, and these are all the options that people already use. Like they normally use a default browser, or they use Notion or Evernote to store any of their browsers. So why Mark 3? So one of the best reasons that you can use Mark 3 is that we give you an organized way to handle your bookmarks across multiple devices. You have your searching functionality. You can create your own custom bookmarks. You can tag it, and you can even import your bookmarks from other browsers as well. We are also currently building an extension that allows you to like sync bookmarks directly from your browser. And the tech stack that we'll be using is Next.js, alongside React, MongoDB, and SAS for CSS. And this will be the architecture for our application. So we have a front end. We are using Next.js API route for the backend, along with a script that parses an HTML file to extract bookmarks, and we have a database. Right. So you wanted to know what the use case is, right? So you can share your bookmarks with other people in simplified way. Instead of exporting an HTML and sharing it with people, you can just use this to you can just share your page, which has all the bookmarks to other people. You can store like bookmarks from different browsers under a single application. It allows you to manage it easily, and you can do it on any device. and we we currently have a good amount of features that we plan to add to this, like intelligent recommendations for frequently visited bookmarks, allowing you to categorize different types of bookmarks, um, searching through the content of the website. Let's say you wanted to search for a snippet of some Medium blog. So one of the things that I commonly search for is, as the front end developer, is how to hide scroll bars, but keeping the scroll bar functionality. It always takes me to the same Stack Overflow post. I know a couple of words which would get me to the page. So yeah, this feature would be really powerful. And yeah, so like I said earlier, we are also working on an extension that would allow you to sync between your browsers and the web app. Good, that'll be it. Let me show you the application. Right. So yeah, this will be application. This is my app. I'm using Nextdoor for login, for authentication, and this is my homepage. So this is basically all the bookmarks that I have. So you can also have your favorite bookmarks over here. Currently, I don't have any. You can just add favorite bookmarks by clicking on the heart icons over here. You also have the ability to delete it, copy, and share it as well. Um, these are all the collections that I already have. So you can see that there's no extra rendering here because it's all in Next.js server-side props. You can create custom collections as well by creating a collection over here. Let's say, come on. So yeah, I think that should be, that should be there. And you can also import your bookmarks from other browsers as well. For the sake of the demonstration, since there are already a lot of bookmarks on this, it'll be hard to see the difference. So I'll log in from another account. Right, so this does not have any collections at all. So I'll be importing. So whenever you open a browser, you can export the bookmarks from a browser. They're in almost any browser, Chrome, Firefox. So if I click on Chrome bookmarks.html, this is the file that I get directly from Chrome. And if I click on the button, this should have started importing all the bookmarks. And now, if I give it a refresh, I think it should have fetched all of, okay, this Next.js issues. Right now, yeah, so now you can see that you've got all of the bookmarks from the Chrome, as you can see. So you can, but if this is not enough, you can add custom bookmarks. Sorry. With under different categories, and you can even add custom tags. So and yeah, we also have a dark mode for this. You can search by tags and all. So for example, if I do tag amazing, you get this because this has the tag amazing. Or if you do something like crawl, you get this. So you can even search by the title or description by doing title, Hackout, or if you want to search by description, you can do BSc, let's say code. So yeah, this will be it. Ankit would explain more about the extension path that we're building on.
Yeah. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. So we are also providing an extension like it's just a major feature for this in which instead of hopping on the website every time, what you can do that you can just create like for every page there will be a plus sign that will appear on the web page. You can hide it also, or you can just have it on the like in the URL bar where you write the URL for the web page. So by clicking on that, you can just provide the like first, if you are not signed in, you need to sign in for that, and you'll click on the sign in and it will load the whatever the data your account holds. It will hold, and it will show like a suppose a 50% of your viewport in which you can see the bookmarks that you have already imported in that, and also you can search, you can just on a website you can just click on the add icon and you can just provide
Ankit,
the
extremely sorry, but like, are you presenting something because your screen is not shared?
No, I'm not presenting. This is just a
Oh,
major feature that will be implementing, so I'm just explaining about that.
got it. And by the way, like you have more 4 minutes left, not 3 minutes left.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So in that we'll be providing a like input field that where people can provide the search text they want for the bookmark, and they can add in their bookmarks on this smart tree. Yeah, that was all.
Awesome. I believe we are up for the questions now. So
Yeah,
I'll just
sure.
pick up all the judges. And if I believe like you should share your screen as well.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Awesome.
So I have one question regarding the use case of it. So how is it different from Pocket or Instapaper?
Pocket is also offers you a similar solution to do this, uh, but you would have to install that as a mobile app. I'm not sure if they have web app already. If I'm
So
not wrong.
I mean they have to add into their list, and you can view on web app also. You don't need
Okay.
mobile app to do that.
Okay.
Okay. And does your bookmark save some data? Like, can I use it when if the page is removed?
What do you mean,
Let's say
like
I
the
was reading
pages?
an article and that page is removed now. So can this bookmark help me read that still?
I didn't get your question actually.
Okay, so what all data you save at your server regarding a bookmark or a page?
So what we do is we get a URL whenever we add it using this or we import it, we get a URL, and the URL is fed to a script which fetches all the metadata. Like for example, this OG image, the title, OG description, uh, along with it, and it stores that in a database.
Okay. So no actual content from the page, right?
No actual content from the page, not right now.
Got it.
Uh, I'm guessing the final product impure bookmarks across the browser for import.
I'm sorry, is it my network or?
It's not properly audible, right?
Yeah, it's lagging.
Let me try again. Is it audible?
Yeah, I guess it's audible now.
Okay. I'm guessing the idea eventually to sync your bookmarks across, save some bookmark in Chrome, and then that saved in the uh, and then it will be synced over there.
I'm
Default.
really sorry, but your voice is still
Yeah,
choppy. I'm
Rachit,
not.
you might want to turn off your video.
Yeah, it's very laggy. We can't hear the question properly.
Until then, someone else has a question, they can go ahead.
Rachit is typing in his question. There's some internet issues. Okay. So you said that for getting all the bookmarks, you have to specifically import the bookmarks. Can you not have
Right.
like a auto sync sort of a thingy, especially with the extension?
Right. So that is what we plan to implement in the extension. The extension is not 100% ready right now, so that is why we are importing it manually. So even this is not too big of an hassle, right? You just have to go to your bookmark manager and just export it. But if we manage to get the extension working, because of time constraint, we couldn't do that. So yeah,
That
that is on the pipeline.
that also leads to, I think, what Rohit was also mentioning before, whereby if you delete out some bookmark, then like your bookmarks isn't synced, so you will have
Isn't
that
synced.
bookmark, but it's deleted in your browser, so that can be an issue.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
So
extension would handle that.
the major problem that we are trying to solve. So the thing is, we are also providing the search thing in this. In which, like, suppose if you have 100 or 200 sub bookmarks saved, and you want to get a specific web page in there to show or display or share the page with someone, you are not able to find it on that time. So we are also providing this tag feature so that you can just remember the tags that you have saved with the bookmark with, and you can search and get it.
Got it. And the signing in part of the whole thing, like that signing in specifically happens in your app specifically.
Yes.
So then the sync up only happens with the users that have signed in with the same user on different browsers.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And is there a reverse sync up from the app to the browser?
Uh, no, not currently. Like so. That's what right. Like if the extension is still under progress, so if we manage to get that done, we'd be able to achieve a lot of those features which you're talking about.
Okay. So currently it's only import, add everything, whatever is there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Awesome. I don't think there are any more questions, and we're also running out of time. Thank you, team Space Jesus Cult. Again,
I think Rajat was typing in a question, but I can't see.
um,
I'll
okay.
just
Oh, Rajat has a question there. So there are some existing tools like Xmarks and Eversync. Biggest USP of those is that they can sync bookmarks real time between browsers. I'm guessing you have the same eventual goal for Mark 3. At that
Yes.
stage, what motivation will the users have to come to the web app?
I haven't really tried any of those apps. I wasn't aware that there were a lot of the alternatives like you mentioned. But I think I think having a clean user experience with like good performance with like minimal friction, I think that would still push users towards our app. Example like Gmail versus Outlook, right? Gmail is simple, but Outlook has a lot of features. But people prefer using Gmail because of how simple it is. So I think we can make use of that.
Got it. Even I haven't really used anything like Xmarks or Eversync. So yeah,
Right, because people generally use Notions or they use the bookmarks bar. So there's still a far better solution when you compare it to that.
right. I hope that answers your question, Rashid. And anyways, we'll quickly move on to the next team. Thank you, team. Space
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
Right. Awesome. Awesome. Chalo. Thank you.
Good.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next we have Team Stateless. So we'll just wait for them to join in. Until then, lo-fi music. Awesome. So we have Jaideep, Divij, and Somik. Somik is the one next to Divij.
Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, I'm Jaideep,
Hello.
and
Hi, I'm Jaideep,
we are
and
Stateless team from
we are
IIT
Stateless team from IIT.
You might want to speak from one mic itself. I'm
Can you
hearing something.
turn off your mute?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we have just one mic on. Okay.
Awesome. You guys were at the venue itself.
Yeah, we're at the venue.
Right. Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. We met
So
Nitin and
team
others.
Stateless,
Yeah.
the stage is all yours. Yeah, you can start by presenting your
All right.
screen.
Yeah. Just a second. Oh, doesn't allows us to. Can we share our screen on this or something?
Yeah, there should be like a screen share button under your viewfinder, whatever it is.
Just a second.
Yeah.
I'm having a little trouble in sharing my slide on this.
Do you want me to walk you through this? I mean, there should be like a mute and the disable the camera button, and there should be a share button next to it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, actually, just 1 second. Okay. Just give
Yeah,
me
sure,
one.
sure.
That's not it. I'm not able to like do this.
What's the problem that you're facing?
Actually, I'm not able to connect through my account.
Your account.
Yeah.
Strange. I mean, there is no need for you to connect through any account.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's uploading. It's uploading. Okay, fine. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay. We haven't ever tried on this. Cool. Okay. I'll start. Is my slides? Are my slides visible?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Cool. So hi guys. We are Stateless team from IDBHU, and we have created our video chat app. So okay. Yeah. So this is our team. I'm Jadip Sharma. We have Soumik Datta and David Singh. We all three are from computer science, part 3. So we have created a stateless meet app. In this, basically, what we do is we can join and share our we can talk with all of our meets teammates and like join in the regular Google fashion. I'll just show you some screenshots. Yeah. So yeah, here's one screenshot from a recent meet I had with my friend Manas. So in this one, as you can see, we are able to join. And actually, I was not able to join. I was like, yeah, there can be more people who can join this meeting, and you can just live chat with your friends. And you can, for privacy concerns, we decided to add the mute and turn your video off and on button as well. So you can decide to turn off your mic on and off. Also, there is a share button through which you can share your meeting link as a QR code, which I will show later in the demo. And also, yeah, and yeah, okay, so we have the sharing. Okay, cool. Next up, there is the homepage for this is basically like this one. You can we used the Firebase authentication to allow users to join through this, so that we can make sure that anonymous users cannot join for security purposes, obviously. Okay, so like here you can just go and just type the name of the meeting and join it. And okay, so Divij will now show you. Soumik will now show you the live app of this. So Soumik, back to you.
Soumik, you are not audible.
Oh yeah.
I think like Jaydeep needs to turn off his mic, and the which I think you need to turn on your mic over there. Or I mean, you can just hop on to Jaydeep's system and can speak from there. Hello. I think there is some sort of technical difficulty being faced over there. Divij, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah. Your mic
we are
is
figuring out.
yeah.
Is the screen sharing a problem?
Yeah.
I'm sharing the screen. So
All right.
okay. So as you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So this is the Stateless app. So right now, what I'm going to do first is log in with my Google ID. Okay. Once this is done, it will show my Google avatar here, and now I can join the meeting. I can write any code I want. For example, if I write JD, it will join. And right now, it is asking for my hello. Yep. I think you can see that this meet link is working. Now, I would suggest you to connect this if you can, and you can also see that it will come streaming to us to this very same link. Otherwise, okay. Okay. The thing that I'm going to do is connect it through my mobile.
Were you trying to share that link that others can join?
Yes, anyone can join to this link, stateless-meet.virtual.app/room/ad. I'm not being able to paste it somewhere, but
Just either paste it in the private chat or paste it in the stream, YouTube stream chat.
okay, private chat, yeah.
You could also paste it in the YouTube stream chat. We can stress test this.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Make sure you have disabled your ad blocker if you have any.
Do I have permission from you to?
I'm sure you have.
Yes, you definitely have a permission. I think you can look into us. And now I'm going to join from my mobile too. And yeah, so the thing is that everything is happening peer to peer.
So even if we want to stress test this, we'll be stress testing our networks only. Okay. So that is the main thing that I can say. All right. I think the demo is all right. Now, one thing I can do.
Some of the videos are not coming up.
Actually, we have a poor connection.
Because right now I'm going through my mobile net, so I think that is the reason. But as you can see,
But
for the first few seconds,
other
if
people
it-
have a good connection. Even they are not able to see their screens or others.
Acha. Okay. Mhm. Uh, uh, okay. So I think this is going a bit poorly than we anticipated. The connection should be happening peer to peer if you're not behind any firewall or NAT routers. Otherwise, it will go through a server, which is hosted for free by peer.js. So I think it is rate limiting us. Okay, so the next feature I want to show you is that we can actually screen record this whole meeting by clicking on this. Uh, right. Okay, so right now it is screen recording it, and if I complete it, it is going to download the video. Okay, yeah, that was it from me.
All right, I believe that was it for the demo. Let's just move on to the questions now from our judges.
Yeah, I have a question. So, what happens if you're on a call in your stateless system, and let's say I lose my internet connection, or I change my network? Will it join back? Wait, are they here?
Hello. Yeah. Can you repeat again, please?
Yeah. So, what happens if I'm on a call in the stateless app and I lose my internet connection, or I change my network while on call?
So what we are using is not just raw WebSockets. We are using socket.io, and that library actually manages a lot of the stuff for us, lot of the raw handling stuff for us. And yeah, you will be able to rejoin it because socket.io provides that feature for us.
Okay. What is that feature called?
Uh,
How do you know that it provides it? Like, did you test this out, or did you read it in the documentation?
we read it in the documentation.
Okay.
Also, sometimes we had network problems, and I think that it was able to just resume very nicely.
But that doesn't change the IP address.
Okay.
Can you ask a follow-up question? That doesn't change the IP address. Go ahead, you ask.
Hey, my colleague Arpit has a question that he'd like. Yeah.
So, switching the network will change the IP address, and if you're just if the network is bad, I hope it doesn't I believe it doesn't change the IP address. So, like the peer will still be connected to the same IP address, and they'll have a normal connection. But switching the network, it changes your IP address, and that communication has to go through via server because the peer won't know your IP address. So when you switch the network, so could you just tell us how Socket IO will
Yeah.
this thing for you?
Yeah. So in that case, what we do is we just remove the connections. We just stop those connections, and because it's connected to the IPs, so we remove the IPs connected, and it will switch the IPs. So that is handled very nicely.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Do you have any ideas as to why the videos were not coming up even for the other people who have good?
Okay, so yeah, I just opened up the console and I realized that the web sockets were not able to connect. Actually, we tested it out last minute and it was working, but yeah, it just stopped working. I don't know why. I'm really sorry from my part, but yeah, it was working.
Amit has a question.
Yeah, that's what I can say.
I had a small question. So I've
Yeah.
used like Socket.io in my project.
Okay.
Right? Like it uses WebSockets and it's pretty good for live chats and all that. But how you are doing the video calls on the same? I'm expecting that you are using WebRTC or something. As you mentioned,
Yeah,
like,
Arpit, actually, your voice is getting cancelled out.
Oh, that's Amit, but and
And
Amit,
Amit, try now.
can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I
I
can.
can.
Okay, so I was saying like I worked with Socket.io in past, like it's good, it's basically good library to build a like live chat or some chat room and all. But how you are doing the video calls over it? Like I was expecting that you are using WebRTC or something, but you have mentioned like it's
Oh
on
yeah.
Socket.io.
So for that, we are
For
using
that, we're
simple
using
peer
simple peer
library.
library.
Okay.
Creates
It
peer.
creates peers, WebRTC peers. Socket IO is used only for joining the room and leaving the room and sending messages. Basically, that's the signal part. For sending the videos and audios streams, we are using simple peer, which is built on the top of WebRTC. That's a really easy to use library, so that's why we decided to use it. So yeah, that's what we use for that.
Then what you basically built on top of it, because as far as I know, WebRTC would automatically provide that peer-to-peer connections, and you don't really need to like code anything else to have this entire video call setup, right? So
Actually, the boilerplate code for WebRTC needed a little more code. Actually, I only use two functions to build on top of that. So, like, there is not much difference between WebRTC and Simple Peer, but it does allow us to have a few more functions like done. So, like, for example, if you want to remove another one, you can just type peer dot add stream or remove stream. But I don't think WebRTC allows that. Like, yeah, obviously RTC can do that, but
But
it's
it's
a little easy to use. So yeah, there's not much of a difference.
yeah, it's basically built on top of WebRTC. So yeah, it has some
Yes.
functions. So you need to basically write less number of lines. So
Exactly.
now coming back to your project, like what basically you enhanced on top of it, you must have done something, right?
We decided to implement screen recording. So for that, we just yeah, that's also an enhancement. Also, we were almost able to complete screen share as well, but since the time limit was a little little low on our part, so we couldn't complete that part. Like, we are able to complete it if we get 1 or 2 more days.
I think I'm
Also,
good.
yeah.
All right, thanks for that.
Yeah, okay, so like I would like to come back to the presentation because we have a few more things to say. Can I just go on that? Okay. Okay, so coming back to the presentation. Okay, so yeah, these were the key features we implemented, which I have actually decided to, which we showed. And also we had this functionality of QR code sharing, in which we can share a link easily using QR code so that mobile people can join through mobile devices as well. So that we also implemented. Um, Also, so okay, so some future perspectives that we have, and we are almost able to complete them. There, that is speech to text library. There was some Azure functions, Microsoft Azure functions that we were able to find on in the internet. That would actually take in live speeches and convert them into the text files. So we decided that we can use that to record the video conversations and keep them as live like live transcripts or so that the users can save them. Also, we also have one more library that we figured out, and like we were able to almost implement this one, mood detection, so that this was also something that we figured out, that we can just determine if the meeting is getting boring or something, so that we can just figure that out as well. And there is this video enhancement as well. Like laptop cameras are of bad qualities, so we can use some AI enhancements to improve the video quality. And there could be some night mode or super resolution using generative networks. And yeah, so these were the main ideas that we were supposed to implement.
All right, folks. That was really good. And I think
Okay,
we are.
I have one more thing to say, and that is that the main challenges for this project was not coding. Of course, it was coding and getting all the things right, but one more thing was interoperability between mobile and desktop. So when we were testing out this out, we saw that the mobile version, whatever we were testing on the browser, doesn't support screen share. So we decided to deploy two different applications that could talk to each other. And if so, I think. This interoperability that between mobile and desktop, that both of these versions have got the almost same facility, and they are able to talk to each other. Doing this and deploying this on Heroku and Vercel using the correct parameters was one of our bigger challenges too, and this took almost a day to get this. And yeah, so that is all.
All right, awesome. Thank you for the great presentation and such a beautiful designed app. Uh, where, good luck, team Stateless. All right, and now moving on to our next team, which would be Team Rocket, the final team that we are having tonight. So we'll just wait for a bit for them to join in. Awesome. I think we have our last team of the day, Team Music, and oops, sorry. Yeah, and Team Rocket over here has like Suhail and sorry. Yeah. So we have Team Rocket over here who is joining us from Triple IT Allahabad, I believe, right?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. You guys are joining from the Triple IT Allahabad campus, right?
Yes, we are second years from Triple IT Allahabad. Team Rocket here. Myself, Sohail Ahmed Khan, and this is my teammate Athar Badgochar. Yes.
Awesome. The stages are your folks. Again, like start with the presentation. You will get 15 minutes time, out of which 8 minutes will be to present your slides, and the rest of the 7 minutes would be for the judges to ask questions to you guys. Cool. Then go ahead and present your screen. Awesome.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so our project is an AR fog simulator app. We have used AR technology for our project. The main idea behind this project was we wanted to spread awareness about AR technology, as it is not a very common domain. We wanted to show off how cool AR things work, and how we wanted to we wanted to build something innovative and unique. We wanted to show the power of AR and how it can be used to how it can be used in real life situations. We have also thought about the different applications in various domains, like for example, let's say for head out purposes, it can be used in traveling to basically give an incentive for traveling, etc. AI technologies can be used for all that. So we decided to go build a project using AR technology and game. Basically, it is a pet simulator. So I will be demonstrating some things first. Our AR app. So the this we have the features in our app are basically this is speech recognition. So the pet that we have used, it follows some commands through speech. This is a plane detection we have used here for AR. And these are some features like follow the berry. It places a berry in there, and the pet follows it. I'll be demonstrating it in Unity for now, using a mock scene. So here is the Unity screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So I will be creating a mock scene here and demonstrate.
This mock scene will represent our real world.
It is difficult to demonstrate our AR application through screen sharing because we will have to move around and stuff. So the APK is provided. Everyone can test the APK using their phones and test the AR technology. I will be showcasing it in the mock world. So as we can see, this was the place fox feature. So I will be placing the fox somewhere around here. It has detected the plane. So the fox has been placed here, and these are the various speech recognition commands that it can that it will follow. And I'll be placing a berry, for example, here, and it will go there and it will go there and consume it. So this is our basic working app. Speech recognition can only be done through Android. In Moxine it does not work, so that can be only showed through demonstrations. We have a YouTube link for the demonstration, so I will be showcasing that now. A YouTube video. Okay, that was a mini demonstration. And for occlusion, we have also I have another demonstration that I'll be showcasing.
This shows off the power of our AR application, like how it detects real life objects. You can see how it goes around the bag and how it detects that real life objects in the real world.
This is basically occlusion feature of Niantic ARDK Lightship library,
which we are using in our project.
Yeah. So moving on from demonstration, we would like to enhance the AR knowledge. So AR was not very popular earlier times, but after an app called Pokemon Go, which took the world by storm when it was released, everybody it gave an incentive to everyone to travel around, move around, and catch Pokemons because it had a very cool feature of AR. So if you enabled AR mode, you can literally see a Pokemon in your real world and you can catch it. So that feature was very cool, and through that the AR applications were basically popularized. And now there are a lot of libraries, there are a lot of features like plane tracking, segmentation, meshing, and hand tracking, etc. That can be implemented through AR. That all things we plan on using in future projects. And this for AR core and Niantic Lightship, but Kushal will give the
I would like to discuss about which libraries we used and how we implemented it. We have used Unity game engine for our rendering and logic purpose because it's a widely used engine and it supports a lot of libraries and features and Android development too. Uh, there are multiple libraries for implementing AR. The most popular ones are AR Core by Google, then there's ARKit by Apple, and then there's Vuforia, and it's a third-party software. We have used Niantic Lightship, as discussed earlier by Suhail. Pokemon Go, which was developed by Niantic Studios. It's they have launched their AR library called Niantic Lightship, ARTK, and we have used the same one because they are providing some really cool features. They have built upon the AR core by Google and used some machine learning algorithms to enhance the plane tracking and added the occlusion, the one where we showed the fox going back. That's something we can't implement with normal libraries like AR core. That's the feature which is special to the Niantic Lightship. That's why we chose this library, and we could enhance the popular features like this occlusion and then depth control, where we can identify which object is further, and so it makes the AR much more better to use. The
Sorry to
problem.
interrupt you folks. Like we are out of time for the presentation part. You might want to conclude quickly, and we can move on to the questions.
Yes.
Okay, just one.
Yes, sir. We will quickly tell you about how the problems faced by us. The main problem was lack of resources because Niantic's article is pretty new. It was launched, I guess, the past year, and it's still in development. It's not completely released yet. That's why we had to skim through a lot of errors, and it took a lot of our times resolving those errors. And the another important part for integrating the Android speech recognition plugin, we use the native Android speech recognition used by Androids because it should support online offline interface too, and it was really cumbersome to integrate those two with AR. And another important part aspect of this was optimization. The first project we made, we had to use a lot of our libraries. It actually made our build very much demanding on our mobile phones, and it actually started like crashing. That's why we had to optimize our code a lot. And the main thing was we actually it was the first time we used this library in this hackathon. We hadn't used it before. That's why we had to get familiar with it.
There were a lot of features that we planned on implementing. We implemented a lot of it, but there are some features that were left out. We plan on implementing that in the future. There are a lot of different AR features that can also be implemented in this. Very cool features that we plan on implementing and showcasing later on.
Yes, so we're open to questions now.
Okay, the presentation part is done. We can move on to questions now.
Awesome. I just feel on the judges. Please, you can go ahead and ask your questions.
Okay, so I had a few questions for you guys. As you mentioned, you built it in Unity, right? And you had around like what 48 hours. So I just want to know like what you built and what you guys simply like downloaded and imported into the Unity. Like if you just can tell me that first.
Sir, we used Niantic's ARTK library, which is provided by Niantic for free for now because it's still in development and they want more and more people to use it. And then we used Niantic ARTK examples where they provided some example scenes which dealt with how different features like depth and occlusion and many other like mesh tracking, all those features are implemented. Then we started experimenting on those, and then we were implementing the code in our own project. Like we had to use to place the fox, and then we had to use pointers to mark. Like you saw that how it follows to the berry. Then
But if I'm not wrong, that library actually provides like basically it creates all the objects within your image and creates Unity object around it, and you can simply click on somewhere, and it also allows you to create a path from A point to B point, right? That library allows you to do that, right? You don't really need to code for that.
Yes, sir. Actually, the thing it can be implemented easily in the 3D world because there are no such things. In AR, we had to The AR library, which like if you use AR Core or ARDK, it generates plane on real time, because the plane is generated real time. That's why we cannot use directly pathfinding.
No, no, no. I'm not talking about like direct path finding. I'm talking about that library itself. That library allows you to in even the dynamic side, right? It's basically like that occlusion thing, basically like kind of creating the Unity objects for you virtually, right? So it's again the same thing for him. When you click on a certain point, it's same thing for him. It will move around. Like okay, just answer me this question. What happens if if my phone is here, I am in some environment, my pet is there, what happens if I just move around and come back to that particular location? My pet will still be there, or like it will moving around the side? It will still be there, right? So
Uses anchors. To still game objects. Like if we are tracking some room and anchors are placed automatically at some valid points, like some corner of our room or some specific points, and then it uses those to track the position of the object in the real time world.
okay, if you are using those like from the library, then I'm pretty sure you also know about that path finding that I was mentioning earlier. Like it works for dynamic object as well. So I just want to know like what you guys were putting, like basically you guys must have added something like maybe the assets, maybe some animation, something,
Yes,
right?
yes. Out of we had to implement like
Since the basically prefab of the Fox, it is implemented from Unity Asset Store. We had downloaded it from Unity Asset Store.
raw animations and the model.
Okay, okay. The prefabs and so you worked on the lightning and all, but prefabs and the assets were imported, right?
Sir, we implemented only the model and the raw animations. We had to implement the animation
Controller, etc. was all made by us. The running,
Like
walking.
we had to integrate how it will recognize our strings. Like if we say jump, then we had to implement the controller to provide some trigger so that it will jump.
Yeah. Sir, you are not audible.
Sir, you are not audible.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
हेलो अपना प्रॉब्लम है क्या
Hello.
All right, I don't think we have any more questions for you guys.
All right.
Right. That so this would be it. Team Rocket was the last team in our finalist panel. So yeah, I would like Vikram to conclude this session. Thank you, Suhail. Thank you, Team
Okay.
Rocket. Bye
Thank you
bye.
for hosting the hackathon. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
Yes.
Good luck to you folks. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. So that's it for the presentations. Thank you to everyone for coming up and working toilsomely for the past 48 hours, a little bit less, and bringing us some pretty interesting hacks. It was a lot of fun going through all the reviews, talking to different people, and just going through all the thought processes that different people have had during this whole during this whole hackathon. And certainly for us, like, it's been pretty fun to organize this. Like, organizing Hackout always has been like a very fun thing to do, and a very it's like a hackathon for us, like, organizing this whole thing, because till the very end we are basically just hacking our way through things too. uh, that could be from just forming our teams out, or every single year, like the organizing team for Hackout has always been different, and it's typically been more new people who have come in, who have the fire for hackathons itself. Like, coming in and organizing this whole thing. So that's been pretty fun. And yeah, thank you for everyone who has participated in this, for everyone who has gone to colleges, for everyone who has come online. Uh, and yeah, like, I mean, we will announce the winners within some time. But for me, like, everyone who is participating over here is a winner in some form or the other, as long as you are learning something from this. As long as you're taking away something new from this, like, I see everyone as a winner. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for creating these hacks out. Thank you so much for talking to us. And yeah, we will meet you and see your hacks next year too. Thank you. And bye bye. Have a good night.
Thank you, Vikram. Thank you, folks, for this lovely hackathon. And have a very good night. We will soon be announcing all the results. So stay tuned. Bye bye.